All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thursday, May the 28th. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, May the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your No Screen. Thank you. One thing I forgot. There we go. Okay, guys, should be good. I know on YouTube, the screen was displayed in YouTube. Just need somebody, maybe Pepe or somebody, to let me know you guys can hear me in YouTube. And then I can proceed. Thank you, Pepe. So, boys, guys, what about Hoth? Did you anybody do it? HOTH. Remember what we're talking? Not HITH, but Hoth. HOTH. Did anybody do it? Remember we were talking about this one yesterday, and it has changed the symbol name now to Rocket One RKTO. It was worth a shot, I thought, you know. Now let's see what happens. Let's see what happens with this. I mean, it's basically right where HOTH closed, I think, after hours. So, you know, let's see if there's like one day of goodness in this one. Though I think the HOTH gave us a lot. Now, today is drone day, guys. If you read, it's a little bit like what happened to the quants last week. I didn't see a dollar figure, but drone stocks jump as White House pursuing funding deals. Okay, so this is one of the bigger ones, I guess. Well, one of the more known ones. What other drone deals are there? Let me see if I can find some. But this is our cat. Remember what happened to RGTI? I do. It's still working too. Just give me a moment. I just tested the promo code. So if you go to my homepage, 162, go to my homepage, and then you're going to see if we will be using this one, Barry 22. Okay. But you'll see when you click on my homepage, Barry 22 still works for monthly subscriptions. So what else is happening? SPRC. Now, this is interesting. It's an Israeli stock, but it's been given conditional TSX approval. Now, I don't know. Does that mean? I mean, the TSX is one of the Canadian exchanges, but I don't think that's what it. I guess it's something. It means something else. It must mean something else. But here's SPRC ripping 188%. How can that happen? Well, look at the float, 570,000 in the float. A moment. Okay, so I've got this one thumbnailed. Really? I tried it this morning. I did try it this morning. So let me just give me a moment. Well, I just let me make sure that's right. You are right. Let me see if it's working. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, it did expire. It was so you're going to have to use Barry 15. Okay, you can use Barry 15. It did expire. It must have just done. I tried it earlier this morning and it seemed to be working. So you will have to be using Barry 15. I did mention the Hoth play. Yes. Well, I don't know when the next promo like that is going to be. Okay, so it's up to you. I'm going to have to get the gentleman to change it all back now. My homepage. Just give me a moment. To contact, I don't do it. Somebody else has to do it for me. Oops. All right. So yeah, so the SPRC, this is the well, it's amazing. It's the big one so far today. A couple 100%. NCT, what's this one doing? NCT. Any news on it other than the fact that it's a crazy low float? This is one of the lowest ones, 320,000 shares in the float. SPRC has almost not quite double, but 570,000. How about the ATPC? What is it? You know what? We're getting to sub 1 million floaters now, guys. Look at this. 3 of them right at the top here. Sub 1 million in the float for all of these. Our cat continues to move, guys. RCAT continues to move. High in the free market was around 13. What's another drone company that is relatively cheap? Sort of like remember the RGTI? I might have to take some of this RCAT maybe for a couple of days just to see if there's the difference is I don't know how much money your government's putting into these. The last one, for the quants, they said $2 billion. It seemed to be allocating funds to these companies, but I can't quite see the same news on the RGTI. UMAC, yes, UMAC. Thank you. Yeah, so wow, UMAC is even up more. Those are probably the two biggest ones that are followed a lot, UMAC and RCAT. I mean, I'm sure there are others. 4.5 million I've traded already with UMAC. How about the RCAT? RCAT is traded 5 million. Yeah, so lots and lots of volume. Yeah, I think you're right. I think ONS is another one. ONDS. A lot of volume. A little bit cheaper. ONDS. Yes, you're right. This has actually got a lot of volume. Big float though. Okay, there's a huge difference. Some big, it's 8%, but the float is $500 million. So there is, it's going to take a bunch to keep moving it. Certainly, the UMAC is up the most percentage-wise. Again, that float is 45 million, and the RCAT float is 129. Yeah, so well, there you go. Really. So yeah, the UMAC has the lowest float. Yeah, so UMAC has the lowest float. And you're right, it's an all-time high, so there's nothing blocking it. All right, let's take a look at a disaster here. PLAB. This is an earnings play. So PLAB is an earnings play. And the next low looking left on a weekly chart, so yeah, 36, 38.64. That low right there is 39. So the next low is 36.63. So very, actually, it's got $5. I'm sorry. And so it's got $5. So that next low on a weekly chart anyway for the PLAB. Now, here is the two timer. Of course, the two timer now for RCAT. So if we thought RCAT was going to continue to move, okay, and not bad volume. Spread is not terrible, terrible to start. 7-cent spread, 3-cent spread now. So if you thought RCAT was going to continue to move, you'll get double the move here. Look at this is almost up 40%. RCAT, the stock, is up about 20%. But remember, if RCAT, the stock, moves down a 0.11%, this will move down 2%. But it's definitely a way to play it if you thought that RCAT was going to. I've got to have this thumbnailed on my other monitor. Does UMAC have an ETF? I don't see it here. I don't think UMAC has an ETF there. There's the ETF for RCAT. If there were an ETF for UMAC, it would definitely be here. You'd see something that's up about 68%. Well, I used to be able to do something like this. I used to be able to type in the symbol name and doesn't seem to work anymore. I used to be able, yeah, this is what I used to be able to do. So the websites out there, of course, that list all the ETFs, company ETFs. Just don't know why that sort of disappeared. Unless I do this. Let me just give me a moment here. No, I thought I could start typing in the name of the company and it would pop up here. Still nothing. But it's obvious that UMAC does not have one because if it did, it would be in here up 66%. If it were a two-timer, even if it were just a one-timer, it would be in here. Okay, guys, sorry, I just wanted to load a scan. All right, what time is it now? 9:25. Quick look at the sectors. Okay, so what's happened? So the market is basically flat. I'm looking at the SPY right now, down 5 cents from yesterday's close. So here are the major sectors. XLE at the top here. Nothing dramatic. Who's on the bottom? Silver's on the bottom. So this is a sort of a glimpse of what's happening with some of the major sectors in the pre-market. So again, XLE. I mean, nothing dramatic happening, which makes sense with the SPY only. The SPY is down 6 cents from yesterday's close. All right. Let's see, 926. See if there's anything else interesting. So I'm gonna thumbnail the PLAB. I want to see if this has any sort of a recovery. I don't know if William had a chance to look at it. Was it a miss lower? Okay. EPS misses, sales miss, and probably guidance is lower. For the PLAB, William, PLAB earnings play today. They missed on revenues and earnings. My guess is they're probably missed on guidance or lowered their guidance. PLAB. So there you go. Miss lower. So plenty of volume, not a high float, 56 million in the float. So let's see, where could this go? So I think I looked left, and I think on the daily chart, there was a low there at 36.63, and so we're getting close. In fact, we just got it. It just is starting to drop now. Excuse me, now. 36.63. Is that what I said? 36.63. Yeah, 36.63. So it's at 37 right now. If it can take out 30, if it can take that out, then the next low underneath of that is 33.79. How's the crazy one from yesterday doing? Still crazy. ASTC guys, still crazy. Another very low float above the high of yesterday. Now ASTC space stock. Well, it could still be the FinFed, could still be the ASTC. Not shortable for me. And who knows? Maybe. Well, we'll see if the RKTO. I mean, it may be over. I mean, that was a huge run for it. Again, this is the new Hoth, HOTH. So remember, Hoth was under $1 yesterday when it started, I believe. Yeah, it was a 75-cent stock. Closed up here at 135, but it got up to 153, and after hours, it was into the 180s. And again, they've changed their symbol to take advantage of the rocket craze. They're now calling themselves Rocket One, RKT. Oh, so let's see if there are enough sheep out there to take a look at this and go, "Wow, rocket! Let's do it." We're open. Okay. Sorry. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And boom, there goes UMAC. Now, it's interesting. It's interesting that RCAT is dropping to start. Yeah, it's interesting that RCAT is dropping to start anyway. UMAC's the one right now, all-time high. If you don't know why these are getting all this love today, it's government putting money into drones. Didn't have a chance to really look at some of these other ones, but here's ATPC, guys. ATPC, this is just a healthcare stock. Really? Yeah, it's out of Malaysia. Kuala Lumpur. Kuala Lumpur. Lumpur. Terrible pronunciation, I'm sure. Low float. Another. Well, we did talk about this. Yeah, we did talk about this. Another one of those sub $1 or sub 1 million share floats. Codex still doing something. Yes, not going away yet, guys. Ebola play. Look at UMAC. So this got halted. I see. SPRC got halted on the way up, or it may. No, I'm sorry, got halted on the way down. Okay, with UMAC ripping here, can RCAT be that far behind? I mean, UMAC is basically at the high of the day, little under, but RCAT is not. So it might be definitely keep an eye on this. I mean, let's see, what was the high today? I'm going to put a price limit around 12.95 and just see if it takes that out. That was the high in the pre-market. On the monthly, there is 14. I mean, the big difference obviously between UMAC and RCAT. UMAC's an all-time high. This is not even close. And also, UMAC has far less in the float. All right, guys. Well, it's starting to recover. Guys, I'm really, 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 really interested in this RCAX. Um, our RCAT is recovering now. So I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. All right, go, go, go. Just because it's not as smooth as the UMAC, I have taken. Wait, well, I'm going to wait. Okay, I've taken some off of the RCAX, and now I'm going to try to hold on. Again, RCAX. It's the RCAT. It's a double the move. Okay. Wow. Okay. Now, I mean, RCAT, the stock just took out the high, the pre-market, and RCAX, of course, is moving double that move. All right. Okay. I gotta get the right symbol. I have these thumbnailed. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sort of it's getting pretty frantic here. RCAX. I have that thumbnail on my other monitor. That's what I'm looking at right now. I'm watching UMAC actually pull back a bit. So I've taken some more off of the RCAX right around the 11 mark. And I'm going to try to hold on to a piece of it just in case. But the UMAC actually has pulled back somewhat. SPRC, let's take a look at this one. This came out of the halt and got halted again. SPRC got halted again. Very, very, very low float. PLAB is sinking more a little bit now, and I think it had room to about the 30 level. Am I right? On the weekly chart. No, 34. So PLAB still has room on the weekly chart anyway, down to about 34. Not saying it's getting there, of course. Now, the reason I'm so fixated on these drone plays is that, I basically missed out on the RGTI. I was a little ticked off. I was going to do it last week. I thought, okay, they're going to put money into it. And I just didn't act. And so for 2 days, I watched this move higher. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with the RCAT or the UMAC, because I don't see a dollar amount. Anybody see a dollar amount that the Pentagon is looking to put in to these drones? And is it an investment in specific companies or is it loans? Does anybody know the actual structure? Okay, guys, I am now just watching this big pullback now for the RCAT. Yeah, I mean, wow, look at the volume too. Look at that volume, 44 million. 19 million in the float, 44 million for the RKTO. Not an IPO, guys. It's yesterday it was trading as Hoth, HOTH. They said, you know what? We don't want to be a bio anymore. We want to be a rocket company. Aha. Well, look at that, guys. Our AI has both of those, both of the drone plays in it. So 115 million. So the other one was 2 billion. Okay, the quants 2 billion. So not as much. Also, when we read that first news about the quants, 1 billion of it was going to IBM. Well, how about that, guys? Interesting, isn't it? Well, I find it interesting that there are 3 alerts from the AI today. And guess what? They're all, well, it's the 3 drone plays that we've been talking about. Right, RCAX. I wish I had it my entire position. I don't, but that's okay. ONDS is another one now. So ONDS on a monthly chart has some room, 1527. On the weekly chart, not as much. The next high in the weekly chart is 1308. So what 50 cents to that next high in the weekly? All right, excuse me. Well, the Codex, last time I saw it was about a $9 stock. Now we're a $10 stock. CODX, the high yesterday was, excuse me, was about 1188. SBRC is still halted. This is going to be at least a 10-minute halt, guys. So interesting. The 4 stocks that we've been talking about this morning are all in our AI. 3 drone plays and the disaster. So here's SPRC. This blue window you see here has got nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokerage showing the halt price, 1309 for the SPRC. This column trying to show you where it could open. It'd be a pretty dramatic open if it did happen at 1422. Usually there are 5-minute halts, but as you can see, it got halted at 936. So it's going to be at least a 10-minute halt. So if it is a 10-minute halt, this will open at 946 plus 14 seconds. Which is still about 2 minutes away. You mean the Momo scan that I have? You mean the Momo? Yeah, you're talking about the. Okay. Let me see. I don't have it up and running, but let me take a look at it. Yeah. Okay. I should make a change to this now anyway. Yeah. If you do this, okay, just take this and there's only one strategy. We were sort of tricking this one so that we could see. I don't want to get too into it, but we could see the next high. The next high. But all you have to do is go to the Momo. Okay, there's only one strategy. It's a multi. It's called the multi-strategy window. But um, all you have to just break out the strategy. So hover over the Momo, and then another box will pop up, and then open the alert window. Okay, and then here it is. Okay, and so here's the individual. It's the same. It'll be exactly the same. Now you can do anything you want to it. Okay, you go into configure, make any changes you want. Okay, does that make sense? I'll do it again if you didn't follow. Okay, so you go to, you can see it's exact. Okay, so here it is. This is what you see right now. Okay, so right click and hover over strategies. How do we get that configure all? I should break it out anyway because I mean it was just a hack. Just go to the configure. Okay, I guess. Okay, you don't have to break it out. I would probably break it out though. But okay, what Pepe is saying is you can just go into. So if you right click strategies, what, and this box pops up. You're going to see Momo. When you hover over Momo, another box pops up. You can go to the configure, and now you can make your changes. Okay, right here. Okay, and don't forget to say okay, and then they'll be changed. Or you could just break it out and have. It's not really a moment. It's not really a multi-strategy window. I know why we did it. We did it because, only in a multi-strategy window for some stupid reason. When you click on a symbol, when you get a real-time alert, new high, you could see where the next high is on the daily chart, which is right there, the red line. A little confusing. Wow. Well, our RCAX has made my day, guys. Now I have a decision to make at the end of the day. I mean, it's interesting. UMAC is actually fading, and our cat is still moving higher. Very surprised. Surprised only in that it has way less in the float. I haven't run the momentum scan for a while. There's so many different ways to construct these. I might look at it tomorrow. So I actually listened to a little bit of what Dan was talking about yesterday. I went and looked at not when he was actually doing it, but um, see what he's saying. I don't. I mean, I think it's a little bit. Unless you're a pretty seasoned trader, I think it's pretty difficult to do what he does. Right? That's my opinion. Because you got a lot of alerts coming at you. But I'm just wondering, anybody else have the same opinion or no, no, no? I think it's a lot easier to trade that way. All right, where did the SBRC open? Oh, I got halted on the way down again. Okay. But remember, Ozzy, you're taking this in the simulator, okay? Taking every single trade. How would you? I mean, to do that live, it would be a challenge, I think. Anyway, it's very different from. But you know what? I mean, I heard him talking about it, and I think it's unless you're a really, really seasoned trader, I think it could get overwhelming. Okay, guys, let's take a look at. Well, so we were looking at the last time I saw the mask was at a $2 stock. So what do they do? You're not a drone. No, you're not a drone. Mask is not a drone. Okay, Harry. All right, guys. So this one is just over $1 now. The NIVF. What did it get to? Got up to $1.60 a few days ago. So there is room for this one to run if it wants to, guys. I'm sure it's a low float. Yes, 570,000 in the float at a Thailand. It's interesting. UMAC got stopped out. However, see, just give me a moment here. I bet you not any money, but some money that will get a re-entry. 97.97. All right, keep an eye for you, Matt. Keep an eye at 27.55, guys. 27.55. That is halfway between the original alert, okay? The original alert and the stop. It hasn't, of course, it has to get there to get the reentry triggered in our AI, but that would be, so I'm just going to put a price alert in that area. So I certainly won't forget about it. All right, guys. PLAB. I am definitely interested in a short on this one. It still has some room down to that 34 mark, about $2 to the 34 mark. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. So that is the PLAB. It's also one of our everything we have talked about in the pre-market, except for the PDYN. I don't think we talked about the PDYN. Is in our AI this morning. We've got the ONS, ONDS, RCAT, UMAC, and PLAB. Well, and people want to take a look at it, they can go to the channel, right? They go to new. We're talking about Dan's method. Buy the lows, is that the one? Is that the one? The super low hunter above the open? Is that the one? Okay. And notice he's using a 10-minute chart on this. But knocked out of my P-Lab. Gonna look at it later then. It had a pop. Gonna look at it later. I'm gonna look to see if it can take out this 36, say 36.43 again. I'll be interested if it gets back down there. Okay, guys, UMAC actually triggered here on the reentry. Okay, UMAC triggered on the reentry. I was saying put a price alert on the 27.55 mark. So it did trigger. Now let's go. Boy, I mean, I am surprised. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm happy like anything that the RCAT is RCAT. I mean, with that float, I just assume that this is the double. Remember, this is the double. I just assumed that UMAC would actually. What's going on with the single stock window details? You guys having an issue here also? Oh, good. Okay, just pop back in. I just thought, with that float, 129 million in the float compared to UMAC's float, I just thought that. But I'm happy, obviously. But I think UMAC, there you go. What a way to make a living. But remember, guys, if you have the AI, don't forget about the reentry price, okay? If you have the AI, do not forget about it. Sometimes some of you, that might be all you do, okay? Just wait for reentries. Time is it now? 10:01. I better go over a few things, including. Okay, well, I got knocked out of the plab earlier. See if I want to take this now. Okay, so Joel, I know I recognize you from yesterday. Just have to ask the question again, though. Do you have our premium service? Hell yeah. Okay. All right. First thing to do, how are you watching the AI? This is how you should be watching the AI, in my opinion. Okay. Just with this one box. Don't go to the channel. Way too complicated. Look at it. This is awesome, guys. I love doing my videos on the reentries. Click on new from the toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar. If you don't have, and this is for everybody, okay? So just bear with me. This is how I would monitor the AI. Click on new from the toolbar. I've got three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you'd see. Okay. Something like this. Okay. You might have different column headers. The big difference is that if you load it now, probably profitable trades is checked. Okay. If you're doing this for the first time, but I really harp on this, uncheck it. Uncheck the profitable trades. Okay, so that you see all the alerts all day long. Why is that super important for the reentries? Because you'll get a reentry. Notice there's only one on that UMAC. If a stock hits the stop at any point during the day, so UMAC was 27.97 was the alert price. The stop was at 27.13. It did hit it, but then it came halfway between the 27.97 and the 27.13, which happens to be 27.55. That's why I was saying to put a price alert. So when you say how to do them, I mean, the idea is that you want to know about them. The problem with having profitable checked is that profitable, of course, makes sense. What they're trying to tell you is only the profitable trades, show you only the profitable trades. Well, if the original alert was at 27.97 and now halfway is 27.55, you won't see that if you have profitable checked, okay, because it's underneath the original alert price. Okay. So that's why you want them unchecked. There's only been one so far today. So how to use it? Well, I mean, you want to know about it, and how you trade it, if you trade it, is going to be up to you, of course. So it's not a matter of how to do them. It's how to make sure you know them. Okay, you can see them. And remember, in the AI, you put a sound alert. Go down, right click, actions, okay, and create a sound alert. You click on that play sound. You can set up the sound if you want. If you want the symbol read out by a female or a male voice, you can do so just by checking or clicking on text to speech. Or you can go down here, use custom sound, and then select the sound. And then these are three folders that have sound alerts in them. Okay. So that is what I would do. So now let me talk in general about my homepage. No, you just watch. If you have your list is empty, you've got this window up. Did you have trade ideas running overnight? You had it. Don't. So listen closely, everybody. Do not leave trade ideas running overnight. Okay. That can be a problem, especially with the AI, it seems. But if you even if you just did this account reset, that might get you might see the symbols. Okay. Ah, shoot. Look at PLAB now. That would have been an awesome trade. Okay. So yeah, just do not leave trade ideas running overnight. It's that simple. Okay. You have to, get exit trade ideas when you're done trading for the day, and then in the morning, load trade ideas whenever you get up. Okay. Okay. I'll try to help. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, it's a short, yeah. Well, I mean, I shorted it early and I got knocked out. I wanted to re-enter, but I got tied up doing other things. It's from our AI. Stock price goes up 10% or more within 1 minute. It's not been easy, but it's now taken over from Marcat. Um, I don't use this, but let me see. Let me see if this will give you what you're looking for. Oh, 10%. Of a dollar amount running up now. Okay, not a percent. Okay, not a percent. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, so you're running up now, but it's a dollar amount, not a percent. All right. Well, change 1 minute. Okay, we do. Okay, change 1 minute percent. So we do have a filter that does that. It's a filter though, so you can find a stock that is moving. So if I added the filter and the minimum was 10, okay, so that means it's going to have to go up at least 10% in 1 minute. Okay. Okay. So that's a start, and then you can create whatever else you want in terms of price range and minimum volume, etc. Now you will need a trigger though. Okay, this is a filter, so it's going to show you stocks that are moving at least 10% in a minute. But if you want a real time alert on it, because this is a filter, it's not going to give you. It's not like an alert. You might want to. I don't know, a new 5 minute high or something like that. Because it could be a stock not necessarily at the high of the day. It could be a stock that's pulled back and then moving. The other thing too is the races. The races. I mean, well, 10% is a lot, but here's how you can start. So you saw what I did, right? Change in 1 minute percent. You put minimum of 10, but if you could use it as a top list just to see the ones that are moving the most and rank them, if that makes sense. So you would see stocks that are at least 10, moving at least 10%, but you could see stocks that are moving a lot more. Let me know if that helps. Now, are you, because here's how, I'm going to go over this. Well, first of all, let me go over my homepage just a little bit, okay? This is for generally for this is what I typically do around right now. Well, a little at 10 o'clock, but I'm a little bit late. Okay, because I'm sharing a lot of scans also that might appeal to you. Talking to somebody again in our Ank Reed. I don't know how to pronounce it exactly, but in our YouTube room. Okay, so this is not valid anymore, guys. So we're back to the 15% off. Okay, so you can get 15% off all the plans. 15% off a premium annual, a standard annual, or the first month only of either of those two plans. Okay, 15% off. These codes, hopefully, well, if you're in, I kept saying, these codes are not going to last forever. So right now it's 15% off, not 28 or 22. And all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. I'm moderating 2 trading rooms, the YouTube room and this room right here, the trading room. And so the company tracks the use of the promo codes. If they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Also, this room here, the trading room. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this room, a lot more action in this room, a lot more interaction amongst other traders in this room. It's free also. A couple of added perks though. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time in the morning, of course. And that's why I said a.m. So 6:45 a.m. Obi opens it up. And I live in Vancouver, so a little too early for me. So that's why Obi opens it up. That's why I'm not on the mic. I don't get on the mic until about sometime between 9 and 9:15. And then I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. But after I take off, Obi tends to keep this room open after I take off. It's up to him. I'll find out later what his plans are. Okay, so this room is a way more active room. But if you just want to listen to me and hear and see my screen, you can stay in YouTube. Yeah, well, I'm seeing a huge, massive pop in the SPY. Something must be happening again. Massive pop in the SPY. So those are the rooms, okay? And if you keep scrolling down off my homepage link, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, okay? How you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. Well, it's a YouTube channel, but you're in the right room, William. Okay, the YouTube channel is it's sort of bare bones, I call it. There's not as much action. Interaction amongst other traders. Plus, as I said, the room you're in right now, the trading room, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Oh yeah, look at market is popping. Well, maybe who knows? Maybe this will be the real deal. Yeah, I'll give you the YouTube link, but don't be in both, okay? Because you'll get a there's a 10 sec there's about an 8-second delay in YouTube. And so if you have both of us running, or both rooms running, you're getting at a feedback problem. Now, keep going here. Education. So on my homepage link, scroll down. If you have just taken out a subscription or you are thinking about it, this is what you should do. Well, this is mandatory. If a person has just taken out a subscription, getting started with trade ideas, you have to do this, okay? 12 short videos to get you started. Now, if you're unsure about whether or not you want to take out a subscription, and I would never take out a subscription unless I knew something about the product. Well, here's what you can do. Start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you an idea about what we're capable of doing. And then you can always take out a monthly subscription. And if you don't like it, even within the first month, just unsubscribe. Okay? Well, this room is open though before Willie. This room, the one you're in, is open before YouTube. Okay. So you're in the right room. If you want to be in the earliest room, you're in the right room. It's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. YouTube I don't open YouTube until, well, maybe 9 o'clock. The reason I don't is because in the main room here, what I call the main room, I have Obi and William can help moderate it. Well, you're in the room that is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. You're in the room now. Okay. YouTube is not open then. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Okay. Free 15 videos if you are new to trading. And now, if you're looking for some of my scans, etc., here they are. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down that section right there. So these are the ones that you can actually see. So technically, these are not scans. These are races. So large cap races here. Our more volatile race is this one. These are scans, though. This is a different way of presenting our data, but basically these are scans, the upside versus downside movers. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Here is the halts resumes over here. And then here are 4 scans that I currently I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. I have a momentum scan, a gap scanner, the Pepe combo scan, and the William up down 25-cent scan, not scam. Okay. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So you can add, wow, look at UMAC. That's guys, I can't emphasize enough the ability to follow the reentry, okay, in the AI. Notice there's only one today. Okay. There's only one today. US and Iran reach deal but needs Trump's final approval. Okay, that's the headline. Okay. All right, guys, give me a moment. Well, UMAC is kind of doing what I thought it would do. It was just a little more whippy. I thought UMAC would actually outperform RCAT just because of the float and the fact it was an all-time high. So it just took a little bit longer, and it was a little bit choppy at the beginning. And again, if you're just joining now, these drone plays are going crazy today because, again, when I say your government, I'm in Canada, so U.S. government looking like they're going to pour money into drones. Okay, guys, I'm back. And remember, ask questions all day long. Don't feel that you're interrupting me. If it's an accounting question, it's probably I can't answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can. The reason why I love questions is because, it's a long day, being on the mic. And if I, sometimes, you get some dead periods. And so when I have questions, keeps me engaged. Oh, this is making me sick here. This is such a great short from the AI. Making me sick because I was short this one a little bit earlier and I got knocked out, and I wanted to reshort it right at that level there, 36.43. And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I think I was involved in the UMAC at the time, and I might have been at, yeah, I just lost sight of it. But now we're getting into I mean, look, next low looking left now is 33.97, 34. So, well, 34. So we're about $1 to the next low. Okay, races. Fofo. Hmm. Isn't there's a Fifi, isn't there? Or was it just Fofo? I guess it was Fofo. I remember this one. I think PJ was involved in the, yeah, it was Fofo. Remember this one, guys? Got up to what price? $68. That was back in not a year ago, not quite a year ago, back in September of last year. Anyway, I want to go over the races right now. So but before I do that, well, it was such a ridiculously sounding symbol that how could I forget, PJ? So on my, if you click on my homepage link, well, I'm going to just direct you here. You click on my homepage link and scroll down to the education section again, more info. And then at the top here is the user guide. So click on the user guide and here's a whole section on TI stock racing. I'm going to go over racing, the concept of it, but here's how you can, here's a great reference to everything I'm going to be talking about. So 15 seconds for this race to complete. And right now, APPS is leading. It's up 2% since the start of the race. Okay, I'm running a 4-minute race. So as long as it holds on for the next 2-1, yes. So it won the last race. Okay, it did won the last race. You can see where the last winner is. And what happens is over the course of the day, the stocks that win the most races in your race, you'll have a top 10 list automatically constructed for you. Okay. So you can see that the SBRC has won 7 races. Yesterday, I remember the ASTC, it won about 30 or 40 races. It was at the top of the leaderboard just about all day long, winning races. But again, a top 10 list is automatically built for you. So it gives you, a good watch list. If that's all you wanted to do, just follow these stocks all day long. So again, I am running a 4-minute race. You can run whatever time frame you want, a 3-minute, 5-minute, 10-minute. I picked 4. Don't ask me why. I did. Okay. So again, since the race started, top is moved 3.25%. And you don't have to, number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on it. You see a race, you see a stock leading a race, click on it, see what's happening. You never know what you're going to see until you click on it. Okay. So this could be interesting to some. It's hanging right around the VWAP. It's a little bit above the VWAP. The VWAP is at $1.97 or so. So it's, call it 2. So it's holding onto the VWAP. Some of you may look at that and go, you know what? I don't mind this at all. Maybe you take the trade now and you put a stop underneath the VWAP. That's just an idea. I'm not telling you to do that. Okay. Always look left to see how much room it has to run. Looks like, I mean, on a monthly chart anyway, the next high is 253. So a little bit of room on the monthly chart. You know, the volume is it's not great. I mean, it's 27 times normal. But again, all these are, you know, this is the thought process. You know, when you click on something, you have to understand what you're seeing on the chart and try to size it up quickly. That can only happen with practice. So mask, we know mask was Codex. Wow, another just massive move for this one. But you never know what you know when we clicked on this. This could have been one that had pulled back actually, and maybe was making another move. They're not all necessarily stocks at the high of the day. They could have pulled back, and then a pop. Could have pulled back. Maybe you've got a moving average that you like on your chart. Maybe it pulled back into it. Maybe it pulled back into the VWAP if you're a VWAP player. You know, and you don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top here. Any stock you see in here, click on it. Let's see what's happening with JFB. You know, I mean, here's classic. You know, it's right at the VWAP now. You know, what happens if it pops through it? Or if well, there are 2,400 shares available, not that many. But had there been a, you know, you might have looked at this and gone, you know what? I think the VWAP's going to stall it, and I'm going to look at that as a potential short. You know, it's acting as resistance. You know, so you take the short and put your stop a little bit above the VWAP. Again, these are just ideas, right? Just ideas. No, the code is gone. Code is gone. Sorry. How long were you in this room? Unfortunately, I cannot do that. You have to wait for the next probably the next, I don't even know when the next when is the next holiday. Well, I know that Father's Day is, I mean, it's usually we do something around Father's Day, but what are you looking to do though? 20 are you taking a standard monthly? No, but that's a that's a premium monthly. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, you know, that code that promo ran for about a week. Okay, guys. Well, here, I mean, look, now there's the VWAP. I mean, it's trying to poke its head through the VWAP, JFB. Yeah, very simple explanation. Have this window up and running. Okay. You'll get nothing until at least 9:40. Okay. That's the earliest you'll get an alert from the AI. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40, but that is the earliest. And today there was one and then one 9:41. You have an alert price, you have a stop, and how you trade it, if you trade it, is up to you. I mean, there's no auto trading it. You do have, sometimes you get a re-entry if a stock hits the stop price at any time and then gets halfway between the original alert price and that stop price, which is what happened with the AI, with UMAC. After that, you know, I mean, it's up to you to trade them. You know, you have to have some trading experience. Okay. So, I mean, there's really no more explanation than that. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do in terms of, you know, well, how am I going to get these alerts? There's nothing for you to do. They're automatically going to happen. And you just, you know, not everything is going to be necessarily what you want to trade though. But you can see right here, these four right here. And the UMAC was awesome also. The problem is it doesn't look like it is, but on that re-entry, it was awesome. So there's, I mean, that's how it works. It's like a watch list, okay? It's like a watch list for the day. There's nothing to set up, okay? Honestly. I mean, if you come back in, this is all you would do. You would click on new and then premium AI strategy trades window. Come into the room if you ever do it. Well, the layout is, I mean, you can have, you remember, this is my layout, right? But you can create your own layout. And yes, in the 12 short videos, it goes over alert windows and top list windows and layouts. You know, we have a channel bar that has a lot of theme-based layouts. Okay. But I'm sharing a lot of things, including, these two races and some other scans. But the big one, I mean, if you're going to take out a premium subscription, you want this window up and running. You probably want to follow these stocks all day long. It's like a watch list. But you have to have trading experience. This is not, I think people have the wrong idea. Trade Ideas, fabulous program, fabulous program. But it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. You have to have have to have an idea about what you're seeing when you get a chart, when you look at a chart. And that's why we have a simulator, which you can practice trading. I know Dan harped on that yesterday, practicing in a simulator, not just what he was doing, but just in general. So the race, getting back to the race. So you don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over. You don't have to wait even to see a race at the top or a stock at the top. Click on something, anything you see in here, see what's happening. It could be setting up for your style. Now, why are these stocks showing up? That has to be the question if you're new to this. If I right click in this race and open top list as excuse me, one of the options, notice if I right click in this top list, one of the options is to launch the real-time stock race. Okay, so in this top list window, this is what I want to see. Understand, this doesn't have to be what you want to see, but this is what I want to see. So I want to see stocks that are between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares traded at least, and up 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. That's what I want to see. Why do I pick this price range? I'm comfortable with this price range. Most of the time that 200,000 is just a real minimum. Most of the stocks here are going to be trading way more than that, but it's a minimum. And I want to see stocks that are at least positive from yesterday's close. You don't have to do the same thing. Okay. You can change the price. You can construct your own top list with your own price range, your own filters that you like. So the race. Notice I've got something called C%. That's a change from yesterday's close. I have sorted on it. You can sort on any column. And so, Hank Reed, you were asking about the change in 1 minute. If I added, let me just do this. Just out of curiosity, I want to see what happens. And the top list, the lowest you can go is 2 minutes. But even 2 minutes, let's just do it. Show the column. Okay. So if I sorted on this column, Oops. So, mask is moved within a 2-minute period, 9%. Okay. That 10% in 1 minute is going to be, you're not going to get that many stocks, I guess, but that's all I was just trying to show you. Unfortunately, in a top list, you can only go to 2 minutes is the lowest. But getting back now, notice in a top list window, that's the beauty of a top list window. You can sort on any column header that you've got. So what I've done is I've sorted on the change from yesterday's close. So mask is up 124% from yesterday's close, Codex 64%, etc. Ranking all these stocks down here. If I wanted to see the stocks that have changed the most from their opening trade of the day, mask is still at the top. So from from its opening trade, it has moved 69%. So you can kind of see how a top list window can be used. You can say, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Up the most in 5 minutes. Down the most in 10 minutes. Things like that. As long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. But what the race doesn't care where a stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is when the race starts, what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. Okay, so some stock that we just looked at the FOFO earlier. Okay, it's up 7%. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, a whole bunch of interest came into the stock and it was 8%, 10%, 12% moving up this list? How would you know? Well, you wouldn't know. You're not going to stare at a list of stocks as trying to find out something that's moving up. Well, that's what the race does for you. Again, the race doesn't care where it is in the list, just what is moving the most percentage-wise. So that's the concept of racing and developing a top 10 list for you. This race is different. Same concept, exactly. But watch what happens when I right click on this. Not nearly as many stocks. Why? Because I've got some filters in here that are preventing a lot more stocks from showing up. And I'm doing that on purpose. I'm looking for large cap gainers from the start of the race. So this time, if I click on that configure and the summary, let me do this. So here are the big differences. I mean, I've got a different price range and all that, but these three filters, well, let me go to the summary. These three filters right here are the reason why there's not that many stocks. I'm looking for stocks. I'll do this. So the position in the day's range, I've got 95. If I put 100 in there, that would mean the stock is basically right at the high of the day. A daily candle, it would be right at the high, okay? 95 means it's going to be pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. Also, the market cap has to be at least 500 million and the float has to be at least 50 million. These three filters here are not in here. That's why, there's not as many stocks. Now, this is not a static list of stocks. What I mean by that is that, this is not it for the day. Stocks will come in and out of this list as stocks either start meeting the filter requirements, or sometimes, they were meeting the filter requirements and now they're not meeting them. Maybe they're not up 2% anymore. As an example, maybe they're not in that 95%. Maybe they've dropped down. So you can see how this list just shrunk a bit. So it's not a static list. Neither is this one, but this is the ones at the top. You're probably you'll see them all day long for sure. So if I were starting out trading, this is probably a race in which I would, maybe pay a little more attention to, only because it's just not as volatile. This is stocks in here can be very volatile, moving up very fast, moving down very fast. I'm not saying this can happen here, but notice that generally speaking, if you're looking at these percentages, generally speaking, a 1% move in this race would be not rare, but it's not common. Whereas here you can see you can get 2%, 5%, 10%, just because of the low float. So any questions about the races, just let me know. Hmm. Boy, the first time I saw Mask, it was a $2 stock, and now it's a $3 stock. All right, guys. But how many trades? I'm not like I don't dispute it. And what are the I don't care so much about the winners. I mean, 90% is great, but how much profit though? I mean, the stock goes up 5 cents and it's a winner. Yes, it's a winner, and then it drops or something like that. I get it, it's a winner, but you got to take a lot of shares. How many trades are you taking? And I am not. I mean, I love it. 22. I mean, that's the issue, right? I mean, 22. So, to manage those trades. But listen, if it's working for you, fantastic. All right, guys. Well, I'm now. How about the VIDA? VIDA? Boy, there's some big moves, guys, today. This is a big moving day. So at this point, the only thing I've got left is the RCAX, and I'm trying to figure out what I really want to do with it. I'm not in the UMAC anymore. It was a great. It was just. I wish it were. I wish it would settle down just a little bit, but the float is relatively low, so I have to deal with that. But the RCAX, which is of course the two-time RCAT. It's a little. It's hanging over the VWAP, which is great. So UMAC is still over the 200 the VWAP still is, but because of the float, 45 million versus the RCAT of 104 129 million. So it's a bigger float, so it's just not quite as volatile. Okay, idea surfing. I was asked Javier in our YouTube room asking about surfing. So idea surfing, there's a toggle on and off. Okay, how does it work? What it will do is if you have some top lists windows open, if you have our AI, also, what it does is it'll go through. If I start surfing, okay, what it'll do, it'll go through any top list window that you have open. It'll look at the top three as they're sorted, and it'll load those charts automatically. So obviously, it's looking at my pre-market actives down. Okay, you can't see it. You can't see that top list, but you can see, and it's loading these into the charts automatically. And so there's Saidu. It should okay. When you go onto the chart, it'll stop. Okay. So for instance, if you see, if it's loading a chart and you want to see it, because what happens is the chart will change. I think it's, I want to say every 5 or 8 seconds. Let me back off it right now. You'll see what I mean. Okay. See how it changed? So now it's changed to SPRC. See how quickly that was. Okay. But if you want to see the chart a lot more than just, 2 or 3 seconds, you just go to the chart and then it stops the surfing. So that's what it does. So if you have several top lists open, it'll go into your top list window and take the top three. Then it moves on to the next one, then the next one, and the next one, and it'll cycle back. So the idea of it, well, you can sort of sit back and let charts load for you without doing anything. I mean, I don't use it, but I mean, I guess if things were really slow, and I didn't feel like clicking on anything anymore, then I could do this. And this is just a toggle on and off. Says currently idea surfing. If I click on it, okay, it's paused. If I click on it again, or to stop it, so demonstrated how you can stop it. If you go into the chart, it'll stop. Also, if you click on any symbol, it'll stop. Okay. So how does it work? That's how it works. It just keeps cycling through all the different top lists you may have up and running. It'll also cycle through, if you have the AI, the top three as you have them sorted in our AI. It'll also do the same thing if you have a price alerts window. It'll take the top three in your price alerts window and then it'll just keep cycling over and over and over and over again. There's no trial. No. There's no trial on the platform. We used to have what we call test drives. We used to have four of them a year, and we're just not doing it anymore. Give me one moment. Okay, guys, what time is it now? Been a fast morning for me. 10:49 already. What I would do if you wanted to the first thing I would do is go through the videos, okay, to see whether or not it's something that you might want to try. I mean, this program is not for everybody, okay? If you have to have some idea of trading. It is not just going to say, well, I'm going to create a scan and everything I see in that scan, I'm going to take the trade. If that's what you think the program can do, it cannot do that. Even the AI, just because you get an alert in the AI doesn't mean you automatically take the trade. Okay, you have to have some trading experience. Now, even if you have some trading experience, though, I would go to my homepage and take a look at getting started with Trade ID and start off with that second video. And that'll be 11 videos, short videos. That'll give you an idea of what the program can do. It may not do what you might want it to do. That's the first thing I would do. I would not take out a subscription. I'm always amazed by people taking out a subscription. And A, they have no idea what the program does, and B, they have no trading experience. I mean, it's amazing to me how that, but we see so many people taking out subscriptions like that. And if I were going to do it for the first time, I would start off with a standard. Okay, standard monthly. You can always upgrade later on to the premium if that's what you want to do, or to an annual. If you, I mean, the reason for an annual is that your per monthly cost is lower, but you've got to come up with the money up front. I actually don't know what the mix is between our annual subscribers and the monthly. My guess is that there are way more monthly subscribers. Nothing wrong with being a monthly subscriber. And you can get that discount on the first month only. So at least you could try it. It might be less than $100, I guess. You could always try it. You didn't like it. Well, you just say, no, I don't like it. I have to admit, when I first started with Trade Ideas, not as a, I mean, I'm not technically with Trade Ideas. I'm contracted by them to do this. But in 2010, when I took out the program, they had just, I think I gave them $200 up front, or maybe 210 or something up front, and then it was $37 a month for life, no matter what. I don't think the AI wasn't around then, but no matter what they added, it was $37 a month for life. It was awesome. No, I still have some. I still have the RCAX. It hasn't given me a big reason to get out of the. I've traded some out, okay, but just give me a moment. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so following the wave. Okay, look, this is not the perfect wave. You guys have heard me talk about the wave a lot, because you see, many times the wave was penetrated by these bars. But because I got out, some already. Trading, I check you. The trading room is free. Okay, the trading room is free. It doesn't matter if you are. I mean, you don't have to be a subscriber to Trade Ideas to be in either room. Is what I really mean. Okay. Okay, guys. I have to. What time is it now? 10:54. I have to take off for maybe till 11 o'clock. Okay. Let me just put a little announcement up. So I'm just going to put on mute for a while. Okay, so I'm just going to mute myself for a while. Oh, so where was I? I was talking about the RCAX. So I mean, I I don't know what I'm going to do, even if this has a great end, because it's an ETF, and I'm not sure I want to hold an ETF overnight. But but right now, there's no reason for me to get out of this trade in its entirety. Man, mask. I mean, again, I know I repeat myself here, but the first time I saw it was right down here at $2. And let's see, any news? I don't see any. Is there any news on this one that I can't see any news on it? Not that these things need news to do these have these crazy moves, but I don't see any news on it. I mean, what's the date today? The 28th. So this looks like it was an earnings play. All right. So this is I don't know if this is technically an earnings play or what it is, but anyway, this happened after hours yesterday. 3E network swings a net loss of 209,000. Revenue rises to 3.6. So I don't know. Maybe that's the reason. But the real reason is for it, I mean, there's a little bit of news on it, 820,000 in the float. It's a China stock going crazy. Now, where could this keep going? Today it got up to 516 or so. And the high looking left on a weekly chart is 525. So that could be the big stalling point. Okay, guys. SPY is still happy so far. A massive move up, a little pullback, got sort of into the VWAP, sort of. American Eagle, is this an earnings play today? Yes, it is. We had ANF was, I think, yesterday or the day before, did really well. American Eagle, AEO. So this is an earnings play today. And the next high looking left on the weekly chart looks like it's around 2035. A lot of room, $2 to the next high on the weekly chart anyway. Okay. And it's over the VWAP, kind of basing a bit. Looks like it could have a nice little run still. I don't know, William, if you looked at AEO, was it a beat raise for AEO? When was ANF? I know ANF was recently. Let's take a look at ANF. Yeah, so ANF was yesterday. And yeah, big day yesterday. So both of them, American Eagle and ANF, both good retail trades. Let's take a look. You know what? I'm going to go over the sector status. So click on New from the toolbar, click on Dock to Channel Bar, Dock to Channel Bar. Click on the Show More. Remember, all these are theme-based channels. Scrolling down to the sector status. So we're going to look at the major sectors right now. You can do it any time of the day, of course, but I'm going to look at them right now. So in this top list window, these are the sectors that we are following, okay? 63% are, I'm surprised it's only that, but 63% are up from yesterday's close, 36 are down. Top sector right now, retail, okay? Retail. You know, you saw AEO probably leading the way. XLV, healthcare. What's the worst one? More than likely, it's going to be XLE or OIH, okay? Oil services, where's XLE? I'm surprised XLE is still modestly positive. But anyway, oil services down, utilities, home builders down. Okay, so but not by much, not by much, not dramatically, up or down any one of these major sectors. Now, here's how you can dive in to 11 of them. We don't have every one that's in this list, but all the ones, all the X ones we have here. So here's how you can. So you take a look at, say, well, let's go to retail. No, I don't. Yeah, retail, XRT. So wow, Dollar Tree obviously is an earnings play. Has to be an earnings play. It's up 16.9%. Best Buy, Yahoo, my favorite store. Best Buy is up 16%. It got to be earnings plays. Yeah, there's Dollar Tree. So these are big, big moves. Best Buy is, well, it was an earnings play yesterday, pre-market, but I guess it's should have a daily chart really. Well, here it is right here. Okay, so Best Buy, obviously, it's an extension of yesterday's. That's a big move. 194 million in the float. But what's the worst one? Go down here, and what's the worst one? You know, Burlington it's an earnings play, down 7%. Ross Stores down 2.8%, but Burlington's the worst one. So you can kind of see what you can do. You can take a look at the individual sectors. Maybe there are a couple that you really want to follow today. And you can take a look at the worst stock in the sector and the best stock in the sector in terms of percentage moves, and maybe find a way to trade them. Just an idea. Okay. Well, there's Dollar Tree is also in consumer staples, and as well it's in retail. Consumer staples, what's the worst one? TSN. That's Tyson, right? And that is not an earnings play, but it's the worst one. Molson's Tap, Molson Coors, you know, so you can sort of see what you can do. You can just kind of check to see what the top performing stock in a sector is and the worst one is. Did they really? Something about tariffs? I said, well, this can't be the Best Buy not expecting big tariff refunds, but just says retail stocks jump on positive report cards. Higher profit, rising sales, boosted by strong gaming, computer, and cell phone demand. Well, I helped them. I bought my Garmin Venue 4, my watch. I love it. So I helped them this last quarter. I don't have a boat. I'm not a water person at all. Not at all. I'm not afraid or anything like that. but I'm just, just not a water person. Boy, the AI's had some nice trades today, guys. This has been a good day for the AI. From the start of the race. It is from the start of the race. Okay. So this has moved 4.6% since the start of the race. Now I keep it on the change from the close. I don't even know really what. Yeah, the change from the close, because I want it to be up. Yeah, so you can make the change if you want, but how different is it? Now, the other thing to repeat, if you load any of these two races or anything else, okay, even the Halts resumes, if you load it and you think, well, wait a minute, I guess I've done something wrong because I don't see your list. Well, you won't. Your race starts when you load when you load it. So right now, for instance, if you loaded my race, either one of these races, it's 11:11 Eastern time. That's when your race will start and develop your top 10 list. I start running this race in the pre-market. Okay. Now, the other thing, Tal, you may have noticed that the race, if you, depending on what time you loaded trade ideas, I used to have it running starting at 9:30. Okay, on purpose, but I switched that, and basically, let me show you what I'm talking about. I'll just duplicate it. So if I stop the race, here's how I can do some controls here, show the race setup. So here's how you can control how long you want your race to be. Okay. I just keep it on the change from the close. Okay. And the other thing I did though is I checked auto start on load. Where before, if you load it right now, it's going to say auto start at time. Yeah. Okay. So, and I put 9:30. That's because, for whatever reason, I decided I only wanted the race to start at the 9:30 open. I changed my mind, I know, a month ago, 2 months ago, and now I check auto start on load. Auto start on load meaning whenever I load trade ideas, it's going to start. Okay. You don't have to do the same thing. Well, look at this AKTX here, guys. AKTX. Some rippage now. Boy, it's had a great. I mean, this stock was a $2 stock, 269, 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago. $28 right now. Why? Look at the float, 780,000 in the float. Is anybody sitting out there wondering why I keep talking about the float? Don't be shy if you are. If you don't like, why does this guy keep talking about the float? What's the importance of it? If you have a question like that, just let me know and I'll explain it, because for anybody who asks a question, there could be 10 others that or 20 others that say, yeah, I'm too shy to ask. Because it allows me to segue into my favorite. Those who've been in the room for a few years. Okay. So the float is, if you look at Apple, okay, I always pick on Apple, but Apple's got a big float. But I'm going to look at Apple. So Apple's got 14.6 billion shares in the float. Okay. Now, what is the float? If you take the number of shares that Apple has outstanding, like total number of shares outstanding, you have to start subtracting what all the C-suiters own, the CEO, the COO, the CFO, etc. And plus maybe some of the large mutual funds, because those shares are not tradable on a daily basis. So basically, you take the number of shares outstanding and you start subtracting, and that gets you the float. That's number one. Okay. Apple's got a huge float, 14 billion in the float. Now I know, listen, if you trade options in Apple, I'm sure it's great. But if you want, for me, trading the stock itself, well, first of all, it's outside the price range I like. But generally speaking, it's not going to move that much unless there's some spectacular news for Apple. Okay. Now I'm not talking options. But look at this. I mean, it's up 0.26%. So I'm not interested. And the reason it's only up 0.26% is, the float is big. It's going to take a lot of buying volume in order to move it. So if Apple has earnings or there's some big news, sure, it can move. But why we talk about the float and the low float stocks is now look at the float here for this mask. There's no way in the world, even on Apple's, well, I think there might have been a day, but there's no way in the world, though, 99.999% of the time that Apple's ever going to move 215%. Okay. But this stock can because of the float, 820,000 shares, which is ridiculously low compared to the 14 billion that Apple has, just using Apple as an example. So the float is the available number of shares to trade on any given day. Okay. That is ridiculously low. Now, if a stock, for whatever reason, there's some excitement about it, look at the volume, 82 million shares. There's a lot of interest in this stock today. That's a supply. The demand is huge. Okay. That's just think of it this way. That is a supply of stock. And when you've got, like any commodity on earth, if you've got high demand and low supply, that's why a stock can do this. That's why we talk about the float. So get ready for it, guys. My cul-de-sac. So if you live in a cul-de-sac, and I know most cul-de-sacs probably don't have 100 homes in a cul-de-sac, but let's just, you're in a cul-de-sac and there are 100 homes in there and you want to sell your home. You're the only one, though. So you list your home for $500,000. Okay. For whatever reason, maybe there's a hint of rezoning, or for whatever reason, there is super interest in your home and you've got 5 people, 10 people, 20 people interested. Well, you know what happens. Remember, and we've had market booms like that where all of a sudden there's a bidding war. And so now all of a sudden, so the fact that you've listed your home for 500,000, well, somebody really wants your home, so they bid 510. Well, somebody else really wants your home more, they bid 520, and on and on and on. Okay. I know, pretty big cul-de-sac. I know. And so that's because you're the only home on the block that wants to sell, or in the cul-de-sac that wants to sell. Low supply, high demand, 10, 15 people, okay, want your home for whatever reason it is. Okay, so that's that. Let's flip it though. Okay, so that's how, of course, you get these amazing moves when you get all sorts of, like, a buying frenzy. And that's what's happening, here, a buying frenzy. But the flip side of it is this. Okay, now you want to sell your home and you list for $500,000, and then your neighbor says, well, I've got to sell too, so I'm going to list mine for $490, a little bit lower. And then your neighbor to the other side, I gotta sell also. Maybe there's rezoning and it's going to be a garbage dump, and so now your other neighbor starts listing it for $470. Well, nobody wants, you don't have those 10 or 20 people that really, people are just sitting back. There's only maybe one person interested, and they're just waiting. Okay, so if you really, really want to sell, you have to keep lowering your price. Okay, same thing here. When the buying dries up, okay, in this, all of a sudden the buying will dry up, and you want to sell. Well, all of a sudden, the volume has decreased. I mean, sometimes these volume bars are still pretty big, but all of a sudden you'll see the volume bars go down to nothing almost. Doesn't mean there's still some buying, but it's not like here when the buying frenzy occurred. And so you want to sell, but guess what? You can't sell at the price you want. So you start dropping your price, and then somebody else drops their price, and somebody else drops their price. And that's when you start to see the huge drops in price Okay. Those who really absolutely want to get out will do almost anything to get out. The same thing with the home. Some people are desperate to get out. They'll just completely drop the price, which really kills the market. You want to so that's why, these ones are a little more orderly, because they have a higher float. They're just a little more orderly. So hopefully that makes sense. Now, if you say to me, well, what's your idea of a low float? If you'd asked me this, 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, I would have said 20 million is a low float. Still is a very low float. But now we're seeing stocks, that have less than a million in the float. That's crazy low. But that's why you can get these amazing moves. So hopefully that makes sense a little bit. And why I always talk about the float. Moro or Mauro, or I'm not sure how to pronounce Mauro, Marenko. English only though, okay, but welcome. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:22. So in about 40 minutes from now, I do take a break. It's Thursday. It should be Steve. I take a break and somebody takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today's Thursday. It should be Steve Gomez taking over for me in our YouTube room when I take my break. Before I take my break, of course, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Steve if you want. He'll be there from about 12 to 1 Eastern time. So it's 11:22 now. All right, guys. Well, maybe we're getting just another little leg up for the RCAX. Again, this is just a double RCAT, RCAT. This is how I've traded. It's still the trend is still up. Has not turned orange at all. That if I hadn't taken anything off at the beginning, no question I would have taken some off here when that bar pierced the wave. And again, if you don't have the wave on your charts and you want to know how to add the wave to your charts, I find it a great visual aid to help you keep in trades. It's not about seeing a buy flag or a sell flag, for me anyway. Be nice down the road if we can, but I mean, get a real time alert. But it's part of the standard service. So if you're interested in having the wave on your charts, nope, it's part of the standard service, Cal. Okay, guys. Well, I am now just going to sit back and relax a little bit and see if this RCAX can take out 12. I love the wave. I really, 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 really love the wave. It's not. It just has kept me in trades a lot longer than I ever used to, just by the visual. Now look, this is not easy. Okay, the wave really. If you look at some of the larger cap stocks, though, let's see if I can find beautiful. Okay, that is to me a beautiful representation of why I like the wave. Okay. I mean, if I'd been in this. So let's just say I took AI on that pullback right here, pullback into the VWAP. Okay. This is how I really like to see the wave. It's fairly narrow. You know, see how it fattened up here, but it's fairly narrow. And you see how the bottom of the bars have not penetrated, certainly not have not penetrated to the bottom of the wave or even through it. They're just sort of, you know, hugging the top of the wave. That for me is the best because it helps me keep in the trade. It also to me means that it hasn't gone too parabolic. Now, if you're in the trade down here, yeah, it's wonderful it goes parabolic. But if you're in the trade here, you know, what you want, because the minute it starts going parabolic, you're going to get people probably selling, especially if they got in down here. So what you want is you want people to keep hanging on to the trade as long as possible, and that's what I tend to. That's what I do with the wave. You know, I hang on as long as I can, as long as those bars are still touching. Now, it doesn't. I will get out some. You know, I'm not in this one. I'm just using. I'm just using this as an example. But you know, look at the RCAT, compare it. Oops. You see how the bars were penetrating. Yes, the wave is still blue. It has not transitioned to orange, which would mean maybe a trend change. I just use the default, the 5 and the 12. Yeah, I just use the default. I haven't nuclear. I have not made any changes. Another very nice one. You see how the bars are still touching the top of the wave? This looks like the previous one, you know, if you just waited on some of you are VWAP players, you know, and you look at this, if this had been alerted to you somehow before, and you're looking at this and looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP, little pop over the VWAP, you take the trade here, like 28.38, you put your stop down here around 28 and see what happens. Really? Well, all you have to do is make sure you save though your work. Now the 8, 9, there are 2 clouds, okay? Maybe that's why. There's cloud 1 and then there's this one. This is the cloud 2. So that's the cloud so that's what you're seeing. I don't mind having the cloud because that's that center line, okay? The center line is that 8, 9. And then the fat wave is the 512. Okay? That's cloud 2. If you don't want that if you don't want this one, then you just uncheck. Okay, just uncheck it. I don't mind it though because sometimes what I'm doing is I'm watching to see if it penetrates into it and then that holds it. That gives me a little more confidence also. The technical definition of the VWAP is the volume weighted average price. So here's what I'm going to do for you. So do you have trade ideas, Diego? Okay. So if you went to an alert window, okay, I'm assuming you must have an alert window or a top list window or something up. Okay. If you right click, I'm going to use this as an example. Pulse resumes. If you right click and then click on configure, so it could be a top list window, it could be an alert window, and then click on the search, and then type in the search, type in VWAP. Okay. Now, don't worry about all the VWAP one is the VWAP I talk about. That's the daily VWAP. These other ones are, don't worry about them so much. But if I left click on the distance from VWAP 1, okay, highlight it. Now you click on help. And here is a whole blurb on the VWAP, okay? And you can read through that, understanding understanding what the VWAP is all about, okay? But basically it's where major volume is, price and volume is. And that's why it can be an area where people look at and say, okay, if the stock goes into the VWAP, will that act as support? Okay, that's why we talk about it. Will it act as support? Or if it breaks down through it, well, maybe support is broken, and then it looks like a short. And if you're looking at a short, so you've shorted something and it starts moving into the VWAP, that might be the resistance area, moving higher. Or if you're looking to short something, a better explanation, you're looking to short something, you're watching a stock come into the VWAP from underneath, you might look at that and go, well, will it penetrate it, or will that block it and then start moving down? But this is, the help, this is for everybody, okay? If you're wondering about anything that we've got, all you have to do is, best thing to do is right click on any alert window that you've got. So you right click on any alert window that we've got, and then click on configure. And then in the search box, click on the search, and then you can start typing, what do we have? Like, some of you may not know anything about RSI. What is it? Okay. And so if you say, what the 1 minute RSI, you click on help. Again, it's, Stephanie did a heck of a job at creating all the definitions of all the different alerts and all the filters that we've got. Okay. Did a heck of a job. That was not easy. Okay. Oh no. I did it again. Sorry, guys. I know. I accidentally shut down the tab. So just give me a moment. I'll get the screen up and running again. Okay, guys, we're good to go. Well, I mean, how to use it. I mean, just like I said, some people love the VWAP. They look at this QBTS as an example, okay? And maybe what they do is they say, well, I don't want to take it right now. It's run a little bit too much, but maybe I want to see if it gets close to the VWAP. So you can put a price alert, near the VWAP, and see if it gets close to the VWAP and see if it holds it. We don't know. I mean, the theory is that the VWAP can act as support, right? So, and the same thing with, well, the 200-day moving average. I mean, that's something that there's my 200-day moving average on the, so again, that's a huge technical indicator. This is more for intraday. But if for instance, let's just say I decided I wanted to take QBTS right now, for whatever reason, it's set up for me. But the 200-day moving average was just a little bit above it. I wouldn't take it because I look at the 200-day moving average also as a potential resistance area. You can see what happened a few days ago. There was a 200-day moving average. You can see a few days it could not get through. And then 3 days ago, Is a quant stock. When the quants went crazy, it went through it. Okay. Now, the 200-day moving average can act as support. Let's just say, QBTS starts to move down a bit. Maybe the 200-day moving average can act as support. That's how most people use it. Okay. It's just a very important area. I think these are the two most important or often used, okay, often used indicators. VWAP for intraday trading, but also, I mean, the 200-day. If I'm intraday trading, I do want to know where it is, where the 200-day moving average is. Obviously, I wouldn't have to worry about that for QBTS. If I'm taking this trade right here, it's way above it. But it could have been above. It could have been, or yeah, it's way above it. But the 200-day may have been over this. You don't know until you look at it. Okay. All these are just guides. Okay. I mean, there's no hard and fast. Yes, the VWAP is going to be support 100% of the time. One moment. I will be right back. All right. Wow. Good, 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 good. RCAX continues to make a move here, guys. Now, I mean, I know it's not a stock, but the next high on the weekly chart is up here at 1451. So there's that. There's certainly room there. I'm actually proud of myself. I'm proud of myself only because I was not so proud of myself when I didn't do anything with the RGTI, when it had the big news, along with the other quants. And I hemmed and hawed about doing it. But when I got up this morning and I read the news about Pentagon wanting to sink money into drones, I said, okay, you are going to do something with this. I mean, even UMAC has come all the way back now. I mean, our CAD has actually been better in terms of, well, I'm sorry, let's get our CAD up. After this move, time is at 9:30, after that 9:30 move, and even here, but it's been more or less steadily up. Look at UMAX, sorry. I mean, it's at the high now, but that's a pretty big pullback. Okay, here's a classic, guys. If you're a VWAP player, look what UMAC did. Came right into the VWAP. And that's because this is such a stock that's in play. A lot of people are interested in it. That would have been a great area to take a look at a trade on it. Okay. Because then the next few bars were just hanging over it. You said, okay, I think the VWAP's going to hold. You take the trade at say 27.34. The VWAP's at 27 approximately. You put a 30-cent stop on it. Are they all going to work? Of course not. But you put a 30-cent stop on that, and you're in it around 27.30. Well, I mean, at 29.15, isn't just do some math. That's way over a one. My idea is always wanting to see if it's reasonable to expect a 1-for-2 risk reward. They're drones. They're drone plays, and so the drone plays were all active today because of the Drone stocks are trading higher following reports suggesting that the administration is in talks to fund companies in the industry to increase domestic production and lower drone costs. So that was the news this morning. That when I woke up this morning, that's what I saw. Now they had already jumped. It doesn't mean though that the trade was over, as you can see. Well, actually, where I got that news, I can't remember who. I mean, I didn't see. I mean, you can see it here. I can see it here, of course, but I hadn't actually loaded Interactive Brokers or anything. It was just in just a general news feed that I look at every morning as I'm brushing my teeth. Okay, seriously, I have my little tablet in front of me, and I think it's I can't remember what it's called. I've had it for years and years and years. Well, in fact, let me just see. Give me a moment. I just want to see something here. Yeah. I mean, it was right there. So, I actually put these sort of news in here. So I try to do this every so if you go down, if you go down to the drone stocks take off on reports of Pentagon funding deals. Okay, so this is what I post this in in the alert area. Okay, and I do this. I try to do this. Well, I'd say virtually all the time. And I also post what I've got in my economic calendar. So that's where I saw it. Okay, drone stocks take off on reports of Pentagon funding details or deals. Okay. And that's in this section right here in the alert section or post, but the post alerts. Yeah, sometimes sometimes you get something like that, and that was a great nugget to see. And the first one I thought about was RCAT. I did not think about UMAC, and I did not think about ONDS. I thought about RCAT right off the bat, just because that's been such an active stock. So has been UMAC. Don't get me wrong, but RCAT, we've seen RCAT for a long time now. I mean, look at these monthly bars. So that's the first one I thought about. I hadn't really thought about UMAC or ONDS, but they're both. But look at our AI. Look at RCAT right now. That it's up 11%, and whereas UMAC is only up 3%. Okay. Well, I mean that means that this. So you can see, for those of you who don't know what I've been talking about the ETF. So a lot of these stocks, so many of them now, hundreds, maybe thousands, well, maybe not thousands, but certainly hundreds and hundreds of stocks now have ETFs just for them. So, that's why I said, you know what, if I think that this RCAT is going to go, and it's going to be, really take off once the market opens again. Was already up a lot in the pre-market. The way I wanted to play it was trading our RCAX, because that's double the move. RCAX is up 67%. RCAT, the stock, is up say 33.5%. So you're getting double the move. But remember, if RCAT, the stock, drops 1%, this is going to drop 2%. Just have to know, what's going on. And we saw this one, when we were doing when I was showing people the ones that were up the most in the pre-market, that one heat map or tree map that I use, our RCAX was right there. Why can't you not trade ETFs? Any reason why you cannot trade ETFs? Really? They like, why would guys, by the way, SPRC is on the move here, I think, and it just got halted. Banned. All ETFs. What country is that? I can't believe that. Why would they, like, what's wrong with trading ETFs? Israel. Why though? I mean, in theory, ETFs are and you're from the UK. Somebody's got to explain that to me. Why in Europe, and well, Israel's not Europe, but why in Europe can you not? Will they not let you? You're talking about banned. I mean, it's a conscious decision not to allow that. Hmm. So Israel, you can trade. Some ETFs are banned by country. So are you talking about country ETFs? Is that what you mean by some ETFs are banned by country? Are you talking about like country ETFs? Oh, the leveraged ET. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I mean there are some ETFs for companies that are just one time. I mean, this one is the RCAX is a two timer. There are some that are just one time. The whole idea of usually of why there's it's not okay. I did take the RCAX because I having some faith that perhaps the RCAT was going to really make a move. I wanted to get double the move. The main reason though for these ETFs, company ETFs, is if you want to trade NVDA. Now here's NVIDIA. Well, some people, it's a $212 stock. Might not be a great example. Yeah, I mean, this is not, but this is a double. If you thought Nvidia was going up, you could buy NVDL. Still $104. A lot of them though are way cheaper than the stock itself. Okay, and that was kind of the attraction. It wasn't so much the double the move or the triple the move or the whatever. It was the fact that the ETF was way cheaper. And the other reason for these ETFs too is a lot of them, don't know if this is right. Yeah. So a lot of them also, like some of you can't short for some reason, or you don't understand, well, you don't want to short, or maybe your account doesn't allow you to short. But if you thought NVIDIA was going to go down, though, like the stock itself, you could buy this one. Okay, NVDS. This is a one and a. It's 1.5. So if NVIDIA was starting to move down, the stock was moving down. This one would be moving up. You could buy this one, and so a lot of companies have both a short ETF for them and a long ETF, which you'd buy them both because some people just are not allowed to short or they don't understand the concept of shorting. Well, 11:51, guys. So I'm getting close to my break. I just want to make sure it is Steve. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Steve, but I just want to verify. Okay, SPRC just came out of its halt, and what did it do? And it just, well, the halt was at 12:43, so it did pop up to 12.99, but it came right back down. But look what it's trying to do. It's trying to hold the VWAP, maybe. But these 570,000 in the float, guys. So I mean, these can be extremely whippy. That's up to you, Diego. There's no, I mean, if you have the AI, that's why you have to have some trading experience. Okay, if you have the AI, though, I mean, there's an idea. I mean, the entry RCAT was at 1294. Okay, it's an idea. It didn't mean you have to take it right there, but that's you have to have some trading experience, though, because just if you just blindly take every one of these right at the alert price, it probably is not going to work out that well for you. Today it would have been okay, but many days it's not. So you have to have some trading experience. There is there's nothing that's going to say this is absolutely where you should take a position. The AI is, reasonably close to that, but still, it is certainly not infallible. Okay. I mean, on a day like today, yeah, a great day for it. So I'm looking at this one, for instance. Look at KSS. So the entry price was 15.14. It's a little bit below. Now that doesn't mean, what I would do if I were your interest. Well, there's the VWAP. So the VWAP is pretty close. I might put a price a little bit above the VWAP and see if it takes it out, and then maybe it becomes an interesting trade for me. But you can see you need some trading experience. And that's why you can practice in our simulator. Our simulator is part of the standard. Well, you have our premium service, but it's part of our standard service, and and it uses our real time data, so you can actually start to take some trades and see how they work. All right, guys, just got a confirmation. It will be Steve in our YouTube room taking over for me in about 5 minutes from now while I take my break. So before I forget, I will put the YouTube link in. Don't go yet. He's not there yet, but this is the link to get into YouTube, our YouTube room that I moderate at the same time. So how new a trader are you, Diego? I mean, do you have any trading experience at all? Do you understand how to read charts, or because remember, you can take a look at those 15 videos designed for new traders. It's free. No, you want to be in one room or the other, Tal. Okay, I mean, if you're in the active room, if you want to stay in a room like that, the active room, you're in the right room. Okay, as you can see, there are more. Well, you maybe can't see. There's not much activity in our YouTube room. I think people who are in the YouTube room are mainly just wanting to perhaps hear me and see the screen. That's it. They don't care about interacting with other traders. Okay. And they see the same screen. I mean, they see everything. Okay, but YouTube is on an 8 second or 7 or 8 second delay also that YouTube imposes. Because the bottom line is, it's not that YouTube, there's something different. Well, guys, I'm just looking at this. This is one. I didn't take very much. Okay, if you were in the room yesterday, my goal, my plan was to take some of that HOTH. Okay, because it was going to change symbol names today. We don't want to be a bio anymore. We want to be involved in rockets. Okay, so they call themselves Rocket One. And so remember what I was saying yesterday. And what happened is it got close to the VWAP. This was the HOTH. And so I decided, okay, I'll take some and see what happens. Well, it actually ran after hours. You can see this is 7:30. So I'm going to hold on a little bit more just to see. I mean, I'm way up, and just see maybe if RKTO can get going a little bit more, maybe over 2. If not, I'm out. But you got to love it. For years and years and years, we were trying to we were a bio, but we've been sitting back and we've seen all these other stocks that really, they're not making any money either, but they've got rocket in their name, or they say something about space. So that's what we're going to do. Oh, I should have changed my announcement. So I'll change my announcement now. Just waiting for Steve to show up. Well, UMAC is, I mean, it's not been easy, but boy, CUPR is in the race. How do I see that? Well, it's in the list of stocks, so it's moving the most, 6% since the race started. How do I see that? Is because in the top list that I've got, it better be there. There it is. I mean, it's in the top list that I created. Okay. Remember, all races start from a top list window. So in this top list window, this is what I want to see. I want to see stocks between 1 and 50. 200,000 shares have traded at least and up 2% from yesterday's close. CUPR met all those requirements. And then, then the race launches, and whatever stock is moving the most in this list of stocks, is going to, you're going to see it.
Barry,
Oh, okay. Just I thought I heard a pop. Just give me a moment, Steve.
Mm.
Okay, guys. Steve is in our YouTube room right now, so I will put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour from now. And now I can welcome Mr. Stephen Gomez. When's the last time anybody called you Stephen?
Yesterday, when I sold some silver at the coin shop, they had to use my driver's license.
Rats. I thought
He
I'd be
couldn't
the
find my
first in
name.
years. Okay. All right, Steve. Well, welcome. Okay, first of all, those of you who don't know, Steve Gomez, the originator of the Trades of the Week at Trade Ideas. So that's my first intro to you. And another trader at Trade Ideas. That's what happens on these YouTube Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Wednesday, and Friday. Sorry, one of the other traders takes over for me between 12 and 1. And today's Thursday. It is Steve's day. Now, did you see our AI today and how cool it was?
Which one?
Our AI today.
No, I have not.
Okay. Now, did you see the news this morning from your government saying they were going to put some money into the drones? Did you see that news?
ARRY. No wonder. Yes, I did. I did see that.
Okay. So look at our AI today. I'm sorry, I probably slurred. So the very first trades were RCAT, UMAC, and ONDS. Was really cool, I thought, because they're all drone plays.
Yes.
And so I thought that was pretty cool to see them.
Give me the symbol again. I can't find the original symbol you talked about. RAI?
No.
Oh,
our
AI.
Our
I got you.
Our AI.
Let's see, I knew I couldn't figure that out. Hang on a second. Let me find it here. Hold on a second. I might have to open a new one. My bad. I got you, Barry. Go ahead and take your break.
But you can see at 940 and 940 and 941.
Gotcha.
RCAT,
Yes.
ONDS, and UMAC. And
Right.
we were talking about them already, because of, I said, and I'm in the RCAX, okay? I decided to take the 2-timer RCAT.
Well, fortunately for me, and I'll be happy to talk about it, I was in ONDS from yesterday at the Open. So
oh,
I got
cool.
benefit, and I have not sold it an ounce. And it's a wonderful place for us to start here, technically on my screen. So
okay,
I'll just start talking about it.
Okay, so I'll try to relieve you at about 5-2.
Sounds good. So yeah, totally got some good luck overnight, which is nice. Seems like good headlines and good reactions to tech stocks are kind of popping left and right around here. It's very difficult to be short anything. So I was talking to my friend Brian, and we were both agreeing you got to really make hay when the sun shines right now, and the sun is shining. So, yesterday I'd had my eye on ONDS for a while. It was a trade of the week. It faked everybody out after earnings and then pulled back. And I've seen a couple stocks do that, only to be pulled back for a few days. And then some sort of crazy headline comes out. So I noticed it had a nice green push on this day here. And then yesterday, it's kind of hard to see. I'll zoom in a little bit because a lot of times people want to know, when did you get in and how did you know to get in? This was the opening salvo, I believe, of yesterday. So it gapped up, pulled in, and then it tried to shake people out off the 10 SMA, and then it moved. That blue line right there is my entry yesterday. I was watching the Open, and I like to watch things that I have my eye on. And if they try to shake somebody out on the Open, I want in. That's a great segue to what I noticed in Groupon yesterday as well. Now, if you guys recall, you've asked me sometimes, do I like to use a trade idea scan? Well, when I have money to spend, I like to go to the short squeeze, because as I go through my trades here, which I'm going to do, and hopefully you guys learn something from them, but show you what I'm in, why I'm in them, and what my plans are for them, I want you to pay close attention to the short float value. Each one of these short floats will show up here on my single stock window. And I had mentioned when I have money to burn and to spend or to allocate towards risk, I'm going to go to this scan and look for something that's got a high short float value. And I think I'd even mentioned last week, boy, Groupon is really getting rejected here at the 200 SMA. It looks a lot like Xerox, which we'll get to. If this thing goes through and pushes through, that could be it for the short sellers. And at 60% of 20 million, This is a recipe for a massive short squeeze. And so day one, I kind of missed it there, but this is the day right here. I noticed, and this is 3 days ago, actually, I noticed a giant, this is what I was getting at. When you see a stock that you're stalking or wanting to get to have a good entry on, I'm paying very close attention at the open. And if the open tries to jam down and then we have a big reversal wick, which is a quick running of the stops back and then back up, that's usually a really good indication that that's going to be the worst of it for the morning. And so I went ahead and I jumped in Groupon because I had money to spend and I wanted to be in this stock, because as I go through my names here, again, I'm going to show you there's a real theme to what's going on. I truly feel like the second half here of 26 is going to see a massive short squeeze in a lot of names, only because there's so many names that I'm interested in that just seem to have a massive short potential. Now, I'm not really going to stick around in Groupon. I don't believe in Groupon, but I want to ride a quick short squeeze if it does. And I don't want to get out too soon. That's a real theme here on these names. I don't want to get out too soon, because that's the worst thing I've learned in the past is if you've identified a possible short squeeze and you get out of a 9-day move on day 2.5, you're going to be mad at yourself for not staying in. So I'm forcing myself to really try and let these things work. And so far, so good. A lot of these names you're going to see, they're not pulling back, which is what I want to see. They're not allowing the short sellers to get out, and they're not allowing the long buyers to get a good pullback to get in. Super bullish. No reason to be bearish in small caps right now, especially things with high shorts. So let's go through my names, because I've got a full boat. I had no money to buy anything today. So I woke up and it was literally like, go team. There's nothing I could do. I can't make any substitutions. I can't coach my team today. I've got to just rely on my entries and the tide of the market that's going to push my account higher. And so far, so good. It's up a couple %. So ONDS, talked about that. A name I've been stalking, and I'm trying to diversify in some interesting names. A lot of these are not going to be swing trades for me. A lot of these I'm going to try and hold on to, and I might get rid of a third and put that third cash back to work in other names, but I'm not going to let go of these positions I have in most of these names. If I do, I'll let you know. ONDS, I want to have exposure to the drone. They're probably one of the top tier drone names, and wouldn't you know, we got great headlines overnight. No reason to get out. And look at this. This is why I preach the 10 SMA. ONDS took a midday breather here. The short-term paper hand people, the day traders, they got out, but the buyers who still want in on this defended the rising 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's why I use this. All day yesterday, it was holding the 10 SMA. Blast off today, has to consolidate, work off that pressure that was released. And usually, more often than not, I preach, if you're looking for an entry or looking to add, you wait for the pullback to the 10 SMA, and we're going to new highs on the day as we speak. The next best one on the day is Nibis. I got another overnight happy fairy stock god gift last night. I guess some major AI investor disclosed he has 6% holdings in Nebius, and that was a big deal for everybody to see apparently, so I'll take that. But I want to talk more about yesterday. I was looking to add to Nebius. I added another 40%. So let's see. Currently, it's about a 10% holding. So I was holding about 5%, and I noticed I really wanted to be in more exposure of the stock, because these data centers, the headlines are just going off the charts right now, and the price action is confirming that. So a little push here. We have a gap, and I thought, boy, if that gap is filled, I want to add to it. And wouldn't you know, look at this, just what I was talking about. A stop hunt on the open, ran it down to 200, and as soon as it bounced at 200, I added what I want, and it was just a very fortunate add, because at the end of the day, you want to see these things wick on the candlestick charts and pop right back up and close at the moving average. That's as bullish as it gets. If you see something like that at the close, take it before you go home, because a lot of times you're going to have to chase the price the next day. And of course, we got a good headline. Looking intraday here, look at, once again, the stock gaps up. You can't chase a gap up like that, but you can say, if I get a really good protracted pullback intraday, I'm going to use this rising 10 SMA to either add to my position or join the buyers. So here at 220, the buyers were afraid of this 10 SMA moving higher. So another perfect example of momentum and why I use the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart. It's never failed me. Number 3 on the list, RXT. This was almost the trade of the week, but we'll talk about Wolf, which was the trade of the week. Oh, which by the way, Nibius has a giant short float, probably bigger than 21%. ONDS has a short float of 33%. Not going to get any out of these things. I'm going to let these shorts suffer a lot of pain and hopefully ride some big squeezes back to prior highs. RXT has got 24% short. Rack space. So I did an inquiry with Grok and AI and said, hey, there's a lot of companies that are pivoting to the AI GPU clusters like Nebius does, and they're saying, hey, we're going to rent out space for companies that need on-demand AI compute right now. The model is exploding. That's why Nebius is so strong. Well, RXT is more like Amazon Web Services. They're not set up to do that type of heavy lifting. They're just more of like a cloud-based host your website with us. But I think that doesn't matter. When you get in a frenzy and a fever like these types of headlines are, people will look at third tier and fourth tier ideas, which is what RXT probably is, rack space. So I'm not looking to hold on to this one. I'm looking for a nice short squeeze that I can trade out of and make some money on. 24% short. Look at yesterday. There's a buyer holding that level way above the flat 5-day moving average, wouldn't even let it come back. And then a nice push this morning. So yesterday was kind of a day of rest. But where I noticed it was on the the daily chart. This red line is the 20-day simple moving average. I've talked about that becoming the backstop, and these can often be really, really good entry zones. So RXT was purchased right there. Look at this. We move intraday, and once again, here's our algo shuffle. These algorithms, the citadels, whatever, they know we're all the good till canceled market stop orders. You guys are too busy sitting in traffic going to work, and you put your market sell stop orders and Schwab and E-Trade, they sell them to Citadel, and they literally exploit them. So on a strong stock looking for buyers, they do what's called a liquidity hunt. Happens in the first 15, 30 minutes, a giant spike down followed by a reversal. And when you see that on a stock you've been looking for an entry on that's been pulling back, 3 or 4 days, this intraday spike liquidity hunt corresponded perfectly with the 20-day simple moving average. Let me zoom out a little bit, make sure that's correct. Yeah, there's two of them there. There's the first touch of the 20-day simple moving average right there, liquidity hunt. And then the second one right there, a big steep one. Those are so bullish when you see a stock that you want to buy and it's been pushed down on the open and reverses on the open. More often than not, that's going to be the low of the day. And ideally, this RXT will continue to push higher and ride that momentum for me. Moving on, the next best trade of the day is GameStop. I am fully in on GameStop. As I said, the short squeeze 2.0, I think, is on. Hello, Patrick. I think this is, like I said, 2026, I think is going to be the year of the mother of all short squeezes. And there's no reason to not own GameStop. You got Ryan Cohen, the CEO, being really clever and cheekish about saying how he's going to buy eBay by hook or by crook. He's going to get it. And I'm participating. I think it's fun. I think there's no problem owning the stock down at this level. I'm just waiting for a headline. Who knows? The short float is probably not 14%. GameStop's probably got a lot more hidden shorts in there than 14%. Let me move on to DJT. Prediction markets, social media, they're doing the energy fission company merger. They hold a ton of Bitcoin. There's a lot of things going on with the name DJT, and a lot of people don't like it, don't like him, and that's fine. I'm just going to keep the stock down here at lows. I own it at 837, and it's a full position. When I say full position, that's 10%. Actually more. It's more like 15%. Also owning 15% was Tesla. This was like the first position that really got me going into the portfolio mentality, and it was back here. This was the heat of the Iran paranoia. The VIX was strong, and I felt strongly that Tesla was a great buy at 339, and it had a double liquidity hunt there. And so once that worked for me, I never looked back. I started buying other things that were working. One of them being Xerox, which was the trade of the week 2 weeks ago. And this is a great example of why I use technical analysis. It literally gives you the racetrack. It literally gives you the guardrails, right off the bat, out of earnings, popped up with volume. Something's probably coming. Somebody knows something, but the 200-day moving average was resisted at least 7 or 8 times. The more times it's resisted, boy, when it does make it through, you better bet there's some pent-up energy behind that thing. And notice how it kept getting rejected. And then there's the first rejection of the 10 SMA. It could have gone here from the 10 SMA, but it didn't. It bled through. And what did it finally pick up? That's right, the 20 SMA, the backstop. That's why I call it the backstop. And that was it. Once it touched the 10 SMA on the daily, that was the low. The very next day, we had our very first close above the 200 SMA, which it couldn't do before. A little uptick in volume. Now we're getting some spiky candles, but for the most part, we've got 4 solid days now. We've got a cross of the 10, a cross of the 20. Xerox is now in clean air. I have not sold any. I've got an order to sell some higher, a very small amount, but I'm just waiting for another push higher. Maybe a headline will come out. 26% short the float of Xerox, another giant short squeeze in my portfolio. What else is there? Okay, here's the trade of the week. Currently, Wolf, it was between RXT and Wolf. Again, the story, Wolf is pivoting from Bitcoin mining to taking their GPU clusters and pointing them to a new business model to try and gain some of that market share that Nibius is grabbing, where all these giant corporations are saying, we need a GPU cluster now so we can test our Claude agents now because we can't afford to build it out. And so these types of companies want to switch to, making that available because it's a super hot business model right now. Look at this daily. I mean, yeah, it gapped above our trade of the week, which is a good place to start. It's very difficult to chase a trigger that's already been triggered down here overnight. If you were pre-market and you bought some pre-market, good on you. Well done. That's what I was doing. But it's hard to buy and open and expect a gap to not close. So you got to just let the stock open and see what happens. In hindsight, this was really the best price you were going to get in Wolf. Now, currently, I'd like to take some profits, but I can't get it to move to highs. So I've got a stop to sell half right under that low. So that prior low, a little congestion area there. I'll take some profits on half and let the other half work, and I can put that half cash to work tomorrow. But it doesn't want to pull back, and that's a good sign. Oh, look at this. Wolf has 30% short the float. There's another giant short potential squeezer in my portfolio by design. That's the stuff I'm interested in right now, the smaller mid-cap stuff with giant short floats, because this could be a real neck snapper of a short cover rally. Not in the big tech, not in the big Mag 7s, but these little names who have been picked on for a year, where they're all of a sudden coming to life with headlines like NVDA, getting contracts. Groupon, I think I mentioned that earlier. Like I said, this is just a trade for me. I just want some more short squeeze. This is the mother of all of them. This is a 59%. So of all the stocks I have on my blotter, on my position, this one has the highest short float. 20 million shares is not a lot. I'm expecting Groupon to maybe squirt 5 to 10 points higher. And I think I mentioned that to you guys last week. If I had money to burn and I wanted to buy something, Groupon was the one I was interested in. It doesn't matter what you think of the business model. You had another, just like Xerox was, same chart as Xerox, guys, literally same chart. 200-day moving average, trying its best to hold it back. But whether the short coverers are getting out early or the buyers are trying to create an event that's extremely bullish. And I could look back on that and say, I could have sat through 2 more days of consolidation for that big push higher next week that hopefully we get. A couple more names here, and then we're done. RR, a trade of the week from a couple weeks ago. Same thing happened. Look at how it tried to take off, pulled it back, shook out all the weak hands, bounced off the 50-day moving average perfectly. The rounded bottom of that blue 50-day moving average is oftentimes a big support level or resistance. And there you go. It bounced perfectly off of it. I've been in this one since, how long have I been in this one? 547. I'm sorry, no, I'm not. That's not the right price. 247 is my entry. Well, I got a good entry in this one. 247. So I was leaning on the fact that we had 1, 2, 3, 4 days of pullback after a fake breakout. This is just how diabolical this market is. And then it wicks and bounces off the 50-day. I'll take a chance down here. The risk reward is solid. And then all of a sudden, boom, you get some great headlines or whatever, and the price action is doing really well. Short on Rictech Robotics, short is 27%. Another giant short squeeze in my portfolio. Rumble Media, this is a fun one. I bought this one back when I was buying Tesla. I bought some more on the pullback. I've got a full boat here of, call it 12, 13% position. What was happening here is the market was starting to figure out, wait a minute, Rumble had to build their own platform from scratch. They've got a lot of GPU clusters. These were the smart people here, and I've been writing it since back here. And it just occurred to me too that, wait, why can't they just start to play that game? Well, sure enough, the CEO came out and said, yeah, we've been doing that for a while. We've just been kind of overlooked and under the radar. We can rent out GPU clusters for people to do their AI compute and stuff like that. So all of a sudden now they've got a whole new component. They're not just a streaming platform. They've got, a whole tech behind them. And lastly, and least performing, is my Bitcoin exposure, going with ABTC. They just can't kind of keep tripping over themselves. But the more miners that leave this space to go switch to do the AI compute, the less competition there is for mining, and they already do pretty good. So as soon as Bitcoin takes off, I expect ABTC. I'm still in the money on that one. I own it at 90 cents. I bought it back here. Another one of those early risk reward plays I bought with Tesla, early on. So I'm just still in the money, waiting for some good headlines. And I did want to point out in crypto, XLM, my favorite is XRP and XLM, HBAR and Algo. All of a sudden, they're coming to life here. This is a big, big headline that happened to XLM yesterday. The Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, the DTCC, literally said we're adopting Stellar XLM technology for tokenization. And this is the kind of stuff these utility coins have been waiting for. XRP is the same kind of a thing, same technology that the banks would use. HBAR is also green on the day, another utility coin. So those are my favorites on that front. Yes. So how do you insert the 10, 20, and 200-day SMA in the chart? Very simple. A couple things. If you're interested, I can give you just a simple chart that has the 10, 20, 50, and 200. And I can do so by way of giving you my cloud, which will give you all my settings. Oh no, did I just get a weird error? Oh no, what the heck? Ah, there we go. Copy all. And then I'll show you how to do it from scratch. So there's my cloud link. If you want to open that, you get them all for you set up ahead of time. But all you have to do is just go to this indicators right there, or you can right click and go to indicators. And then you just look for SMA over here. And you would add, you'd click SMA, then you'd add the periods and then change the colors and click add. And do that for each one, 10, 20, 50, and 200. The Qs is a perfect example of how nice and fanned out they can get. Look at how beautiful those are. The 10, 20, 50, and 200 all just starting to slope upwards. All right, good. Yeah, I hope that works for you. Boy, spies are breaking out of kind of a 2-day range there. I saw there was a headline about Iran and oil, and it's the powers that be that want high-priced oil. They keep trying to bid every positive headline. Price of oil dips down and pops back up. But let's look at the ETF here for a second. Technically, what was I just talking about? The 50-day moving average as the general bill of health. Yesterday, technically, was the first closing day under. Today is day 2. But we are underneath the 50-day moving average in the USO oil ETF. That might be different for the futures. I don't know. I don't care. But just looking at this indicator, all of a sudden the winds have changed from a breakout up here to barely hanging on to a strong chart being under the 50. And I had mentioned, I even posted it, but I showed Andy, if we add an indicator here, let's add a quick indicator. RSI. Let me show you guys something. This is one of the first things I learned in technical analysis. It's called bearish divergence. And I mentioned to Andy last week, I think oil is starting to see some bearish divergence. Higher high, higher high, barely higher high. But that's going up. But the RSI, in other words, the underpinning, the oomph behind it, that's not a good line. If we can draw that a little better, there you go, is going down. So the RSI indicator is diverging with lower highs as the price is moving with higher highs. This is often a signal of a tired move getting ready to come to an end. And so if you correspond that with what I noticed 5 days ago, with now 2 days of the USO ETF trading under the critical 50-day moving average, you're going to have to start see some major, technical alarm bells going off in certain trading desks and funds. RSI off. Yeah, the more that oil goes down and the more the Iran headlines get friendlier, the more we're going to see silver and gold pop again like that. Same with treasuries. We'll see interest rates come down a little bit. Joby is one that I want to own. One of those names I wish I had money to buy. This is Joby Aviation. It's the Uber of the sky. Maybe a year from now, if you live in the big city, you want to take an Uber from Oakland over to San Francisco City. That's a 45-minute ride in traffic, but the electric 4-person cabs that can just fly right over the water. Same with New York, Staten Island. These are going to start to show up, and it could be very early for stocks like Joby Aviation. I wanted to be in this one. Not a huge short float at 13%, but a very compelling new technology. It might be, we all might be using that word 5 years from now, like it's an Uber or a Lyft. Ugh. So that's what I'm up to. I'm not doing the fast in and out swing trade thing. I've just been kind of trying to cultivate a nice portfolio of cool names that I think have a great future that have been highly shorted. And there's a few of those names I'll fade out of and trade out of and raise some cash so I can, play some new ideas. Yeah, Archer, definitely one of them, one of the competitors. ACHR, forgot about them. I'm going to add them to they're already on my list. But you can see I guess the regulations are, going well. They're demonstrating to the FAA that it's a viable technology. Maybe an option. Yeah, something to use options on, long-term options. Good idea. But the charts are just starting to come to life on those. But for me, still, ONDS has been the one of the day. Look at it just climb that stair step of the 10 SMA there. It's amazing how quickly that works. It'll run out of steam eventually. ONDS. But anybody have any questions on the product? That's why we do these, not just for me to talk, but I think, Dan pointed out yesterday, and it's a great segue. Made this before I came in. Dan starts his webinars with his. We all have the same account here. It's our 401k. It's our retirement account here at Trade Ideas. It's through Schwab, and this is a screenshot. And I went back to January 25 because that was the last period where I was kind of struggling there along with the market. And it's a good point to reference. As I said earlier, make hay when the sun shines, because from January to April 25 was no fun. It was just a grind. There was no real money to be made. The indexes were going down. My performance was going down. And then all of a sudden the market changed. And if you recall, this was the tariff tantrum that everybody was upset about. And in hindsight, those were some great deals. And once I started making some trades, the blue line started to separate, from the rest of the market. And it's amazing how my performance kind of trades like a stock. It has its ups and its downs. I fully expected a nice move there, but this was not fun. Let me tell you, this was a long prolonged trough of horrible performance. And it starts to eat away at you a little bit. But I told myself, I was down 22% drawdown here, still above the performance of the market, but not happy. And then things clicked. A couple of big weeks, and all back to all-time highs again. So Dan is an amazing investor. He can see things like Nebius and Kodak and Rum and things early, and sit in them because he's got a lot of things going on as CEO. Whereas I can be much more adept. They call me, the Artful Dodger, because I can be in and out of things a lot quickly. Trust me, right here, I was in full cash. I'd kind of thrown my hands up and said, I don't see any opportunity. I'm just in full cash. And it was a great move to do, actually. It's probably more like right here, somewhere in there. But the point being is we both have different styles of trading, and Dan's portfolio is coming to life. So I have kind of pivoted from really being the swing trader that kind of was responsible for a lot of that to back here. I've been holding on to positions for a lot longer. And so now I'm kind of more in the Dan mode. I'm kind of more investing for the moment, but I wanted to show you guys, that's the last year or so in my account. So going forward, I'm not looking to take profits quickly. I'm looking to kind of just, maybe do some options like J.A. mentions there, possibly. We'll see. But I'm not going to give up some of these positions I have. Any way to build a scan symbol with price versus RSI divergence? No, there's not, other than just putting up a chart, Pramod, with the RSI, and then trying to find things that are at, I'll show you what you would want to use. Just any old configure will do. And the key filter to find these charts would be position in year range. So position in maybe even 2-year range, but position in year range is probably pretty good. If we just add that filter. Let me put 99. Show me anything with position of 99. Let's just see what it brings up here. Oops, I don't want to change that configuration. But what that'll do is, if we bring back USO, position in year range right now is at 73. I've got it here on my single stock window right there. But I guarantee you back here, position in year range was at 99, 95. So you could create a scan with something called position in year range, which shows you only things that are close to, or at all-time 52-week highs, and start to look for those patterns and use the RSI on your chart. So you'd have to go through them manually. But let's not give up yet. Let's try something, because it did occur to me we could use both. There might be a way to use both. So if we do let's just do a top list for something simple. Keyword year, position in year range, add filter. We'll make that 99 or 98. Average daily volume is fine. But if we add the daily RSI, we might have to cap it to something low, which might theoretically give us that idea. Pramod. So daily RSI is what we need. Filter. And we want to put a maximum. Let's do this. I'll bring that back up, and we'll try and eyeball what it would be. But for now, I'll use 70% maximum. We'll just launch this as is. Couple ideas. Let's put RSI back on there. And the reading back there was around 60. So 70 is probably a bit much. I'm going to lower that from 70 to 60, and we'll have less names, which is probably what we want. And then we can start looking at a few of them. All right, this might be promising. So what we're doing here is we're going to expand this out. We're only concerned with the daily. We're looking at things that might be getting tired on the RSI. You know, today's a pretty strong day, and this one, I'm going to zoom out a little bit more. It's not really fitting my style. This one, perhaps, again, what we're looking for is a distinct lower high configuration there. I think it would be better if these had made higher highs, because that's more of a consolidation. I really want to see more higher highs, not lower highs. And there's not a way to do that necessarily in trade ideas other than just try to find things that are close to their highs here. Here's one in hindsight. If we look at hindsight, it's 2020. Back here, the price was neutral, but that second, that could be considered bearish divergence, but not currently. No, I don't like that. Looks like an acquisition. You don't want those. That's pretty trendy. I don't want that either. You got to be real careful in this market to try and short certain things because this market is full of stocks that still want to go higher. I bet you this one is related. What is this related to? Finance and insurance. This one kind of is a little bit lower. That one looks kind of like oil a little bit. But that's, I think, the closest we can really come. There's really nothing that'll tie those two names or those two filters together other than us just putting them on there and then just kind of watching. That's why I use the top list so you can scan and just kind of pick the ones that might work. But I'm giving you the scan there that I built just in case you want it. The DJT is trying to do something. This really is invaluable to me too, guys, the way the Trade Ideas draws this purple line. So the stock's making new highs. Trade Ideas knows to look left and alert me on the time frame of where the next level of sellers might be lying. So I rely on this all the time. If I'm thinking about throwing an offer out, excuse me, I'll use those purple lines in Trade Ideas. Yeah, there probably could be a lot more that you could do with it, Pramod. You know, maybe using moving averages or something to confirm that it is moving higher with higher highs. You know, maybe position in 10-day range. You could add that as well as kind of an overlay filter and make it strong or weak in the 10-day range, however you want to see that. All right, looks like we're caught up for questions here. Let's look at the general scheme of things. Again, that was a pretty defined little range that the S&Ps broke out of. Prior high this day was current support these days, so typical pivot action. This high right here acted as a pullback. Prior high equals current support. This thing is just pivoting its way higher like a basketball player pivoting its way towards the goal. Look at that. Prior resistance became future support. And it's literally so strong in the S&P that it's not even waiting for the 5-day moving average to test it. So I don't know why people would want to short this market. It's very strong. So now Trade Ideas is telling me if it can bust through, and it's also on the daily chart, if it can bust through this level, I would venture to guess that yesterday the 20-day simple moving average caught DJT, threw it back down. The sellers threw it back down. Today it's trying to take that, and if it does move through there, it's probably going to be battling the 50-day moving average, which is the boss level of a downtrend. Anything that's facing a downtrend. I don't know if Ryan is here today, but he likes a stock called ELF. And ELF is trying to battle the downtrend after good earnings. but it got caught up yesterday in the 20-day simple moving average, to be expected. But I had mentioned to him in private that if it does move through there, there's the boss level of all the downtrends is the 50-day simple moving average. That's the one you got to clear to try and really expect that you're breaking a downtrend. Seeing three good names I want to see. Oh, Nebius is working its way back to highs. Look at that 10 SMAs holding it like a cup, little cup and handle. And it's just, the price wants nothing to do with that 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. The buyers keep stepping in and front running each other. It doesn't get stronger than that. The only one that I'm worried about is this wolf. If it pulls back, it'll stop me out of half. But look at that. It doesn't want to pull back. And if you're a short seller, once again, everything on my screen is high short float by design. 30% is short this trade of the week, Wolf, which gapped up on us Monday. Some of you may have been able to catch it, some of you not. I still have high hopes for this RXT. I'm not going to ride this one very long. If it starts to go, I'll be fading it up above $6. I think I do have a standing order at $5.99 for a small bit. And then if it does start going for me, I'll be fading and laddering out because I just want to ride the wave of what I'm calling the GPU data center euphoria. That's where all the euphoria is right now. It started with NVDA 2 years ago in the chip space and spilled over into all the chips. And now I think it's really spilling over into the networking and data service centers and cloud solutions. And that's what RXT Rackspace is. It's a cloud solution, but it's not for AI. And most people don't know that. And I've seen when markets get into a feverish state, the small caps are the last ones to go, and they go the most, and they go quickly with no rhyme or reason other than something might be in their name that people want to be a part of. That's how mass hysteria rinses and repeats over and over. I've been doing this over 30 years, and I've seen these cycles come and go many times. The space tech is another one. I didn't talk about that, DXYZ. I was in that, and I saw Barry mention to me on the side channel that they were doing $1 billion offering, and I couldn't get to my computer fast enough. I was in my car on a break to sell. If you're in something and you are getting rug pulled by dilution, news of dilution, there's really nothing to think about. Just pull it up and get out. You sit there and you start trying to think, and well, maybe I'll just, nope. It was 3 solid days. They can't even find a buyer at the moment. Still, people don't like that kind of dilution news. And if you're in it, I just said, rip the Band-Aid off. It was still fortunately a trade that was in the money, but left a lot on the table, especially with that little rug pull. And so I'm out of the space technology, but that's another feverish play right now with Lunar. Popped right back up after a bit of bad news. They got lost out on a contract, I think. You've got Rocket Labs, you've got ASTS. So that's another feverish sector that's going on right now, and I don't really have any exposure to that. There's 30% short of ASTS. So I think a lot of these short sellers have enjoyed the last year up until the last 2 months of getting their way, of just squashing any attempt to buy. Andy and I felt it every single day. Intense selling, just relentless selling. Well, I think their day is up, and it's our turn. And I'm not going to sell these positions I have quickly. I'm going to try and squeeze every last drop I can out of it if they are, in fact, a short squeeze. Starting with this Groupon at 59%. All right, it wants to pull back a little bit. That's cool, but I'm in the money, and I think they've got rough roads ahead of them if that 59% doesn't come down quickly. Average true range of $1.80. It's be pretty wild. But anyway, all right, I'll be here another 10 minutes or so. Guys, whatever you want to talk about. when do I start streaming? Oh, you scared me there like I wasn't streaming. I start at 12 o'clock Eastern. I'm on the West Coast, 9 o'clock. Now, good point of reference. Next week, Tuesday is kind of our floater day between me and Andy and Chris. And I think next week, Tuesday is mine. So I'll be doing Tuesday at 12 Eastern next week and Thursday next week at 12 Eastern. Double duty. Can I talk more about DXYZ and why you got out? Sure. Was probably one of my best trades of the year. There was a lot of money that was made, and I'm just to refresh. I was in down here, added to it when it started to go. I sold some, I believe it under 60 and some under 70. Bought those shares back down here, and I think I sold a little bit, and then basically got rug pulled on that. And so I had a lot of profits I was working with, but the bottom line is this company did what you would expect any CEO of any good company to do when their stock does that, is make hay while the sun shines and take advantage of it. That's always the big risk when you're in these things that are small float, which was 13 million. They're going to use that opportunity to raise money, and that opportunity to raise money comes in the form of secondaries or shelf offerings. They basically said we are filing the reservation. We reserve the right to do that up to $1 billion. $1 billion is a lot of money for a small company like that. And I've just known in the past that if you sit through somebody's dilution headline of, hey, we're diluting everybody, it's just capital that's tied up and going to be an annoying problem. And I'd rather just rip the Band-Aid off and revisit it at another time. And in this case, it was a great trade. So I feel like I came in, I got my share, and trying to stick around now after that dilution news made it hard. And DXYZ was my one play. I'm not going to chase the others. You know, by the time SpaceX does IPO, I fully expect it to probably, I don't know, maybe go up for a very short period of time and then maybe a quick down slam. I don't know. It's going to be a really interesting thing to watch, but very volatile. And I'd rather not have the volatility and the headwinds that I knew DXYZ was going to have. So I got out. Matter of fact, let me talk about how I got out. I was pretty proud of myself. So this is about when I saw Barry say, hey, they had bad news, and I was in my car and there was nothing I could do. By the time I got home, it was down here, and I said, okay, well, it just bounced off the 5-day. Let's see what happens. And then the more I thought about it, I said, you know what, this is probably just a little dead cat bounce. There's no way I want to sit through another couple overnights of this type of headline. So I was able to get out on the bounce. Andy does that a lot. He's good at that. So rather than panic out down here, I let it come up to 61. I got out at 61, all of it, and I haven't looked back since. So to answer your question, 61. And believe it or not, that was still a partial profit from a partial entry down here and partial entry here. So, you know, 61 wasn't a bad exit for me. I was, you know, hoping that I could have started to make, you know, I thought it was going to 100. Honestly, I told Barry it was going, I probably jinxed it when I said that. And it still might, but it might go down here to this blue line. I have that blue line in there for a reason. If it wants to come down to the 20 SMA and test these levels again, I might reload. We'll see. But I feel like I got the best of the move behind me, and I can't repeat that move, and that's probably not going to happen again. So just be happy with what I got. DXYZ was a private equity company that you could trade off of their ticker symbol, and they just so happened to have had a exposure to SpaceX private shares, which means they would be participating in the IPO. But I did some research on it. There's this little pesky thing called NAV, net asset value. If you add up all the assets in their basket of holdings and divide that, or relative to the price that the market cap is trading, a lot of times that net asset value has a big premium already built into it. And so with that news of the dilution, that made the NAV extremely unattractive. So, NDS coming through highs, no complaints there. 33%. There's a lot of people got caught on the short side. And again, guys, this is why I'm telling myself I only want to invest and sit in these high short float names, because I think one by one, like popcorn, throughout the next couple of weeks, we could have giant short squeeze headlines of certain stocks where the shorts are just getting roasted. So the first order of business is for me to position myself in those names that have those high short floats. And the second is to look at things like ONDS and say, look at that. That's what a stock does and behaves like when there's 33% short. It goes a lot higher and faster than you think it does. Therefore, don't sell it too quick. That's what I'm expecting with a stock like Groupon with 59% short of 220 million. This thing could have a $10 move in it in one day, and I'm not going to sell myself short, so to speak, no pun intended, and get out of these things early and look back 9 days later, punching myself in the face. Why did you do that? You knew they were going to squeeze. That was just the beginning of the squeeze. So that's my thinking currently for my participation. Again, market's going really wacky mode right now for some of these things. Some good headlines are coming out. A lot of names are reacting really well to news. Snow had an incredible reaction to their earnings. So it seems like the last year and all that selling was kind of the beginnings of an accumulation phase. That's a major stage in the market. It's after fear and uncertainty, and then they just despondency, and then throw your arms up, capitulation, and then it's a slow kind of a percolation of the assets changing hands into the accumulation phase again, and then headlines start to pop. The VIX goes down, people start to get a little positive again. Before you know it, the shorts are the last to figure it out, and that's what I'm trying to exploit right now. I think Groupon can have a day where if the squeeze really gets on, then maybe they drop a crazy headline to assist the short squeeze. It could go from 20 to 30 real quick. That's only this move right there. And with that amount of short sellers in there, I think it can be done. So what I'm trying to get at is I'm forcing myself to sit on my hands and not take profits when I see them. I've got to remember the bigger picture of the inning that we're in right now in this particular game, and who's in control and who's not. And my cat's freaking out now. RR, another name, 27% short the float, won't pull back. If it does, it bounces back up pretty quickly. So I'm feeling pretty good about these names. And again, up a couple percent today, no complaints. All new all-time highs in the account after a pretty vicious drawdown. That was like to be expected. I was okay with that, but I was not okay with that. That really pissed me off. So I sat in cash for a little while, and then things started to work. I'm going to give you the short squeeze real quickly. It's sorted by who has the biggest short float. And if I take the tree map off, you can see the dark colors mean those have the biggest short float. So I put the tree map back on. The names with the biggest short floats will always be up, whether on the top, whether they're green or they're red. And that's how I found Groupon. Barry.
Who the heck uses Groupon?
Nobody.
But of course, they've transformed themselves into an AI company.
But I'm just waiting for that one AI headline, and all the 59% people short 20 million shares are going to be in trouble. I just want to.
I know you have to go, but I wanted to just tell quick. Type in HOTH. I was going to tell you guys about this one yesterday.
Oh.
HOTH
Yeah, I see it.
on a daily, okay? Not trading as HOTH today. It's trading as RKTO. So we decided to go from a bio and change our name to Rocket One.
Oh gosh. How about this one? Dan likes this one. Jet AI. They decided to go from a jet leasing company to an AI company.
Oh, well, at least they had AI in their name.
Well, they had to change their name. They weren't always Jet AI, but
Oh, I see.
whatever.
I see. I got you.
It's pretty goofy.
Oh, I know.
1.2 million on the float, so be careful. Don't
Yeah.
touch that one.
All right. All right, my friend.
All right. I'll see you next time on Tuesday.
Okay. See you. Oh, okay. You're doing double
Yep.
duty. Okay.
I'll do Tuesday. All right.
Okay.
Bye.
Just waiting for you to get rid of your layout. There we go. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms, and give me one moment as I just get rid of my announcement. What a day. What a great day. I mean, this is just when a plan comes together, it's kind of nice. You know, it doesn't always happen like that. Two plans came together, keeping the HOTH overnight, and of course, this RCAX. You know what? Also, I was talking about our D Pro is also a drone play. This is from our AI. This is a spectacular day for our AI today. I'm wondering who's going to win at the end of the day, RCAT or UMAC, 15%, 12%, ONDS at 8%. But this is also a drone play. D Pro is also a drone play. PDYN is not, but yeah. And then on the short side, the PLAB, man, oh man, great day for AI today, guys. They're not all like this, but yeah, good to take advantage of when it is. So, did I miss any questions? I want to see. I'm just seeing if any questions while I was off. I don't think so. I don't see any. If I've missed any questions, please let me know. Just maybe repost, and I'll do my best to answer. But I do have a decision to make. I don't think I'm going to hold the RCAX overnight. But look, okay, now look at the wave on this one. See how beautiful that is? No reason to get out. Seems like years ago that the quants were all in favor. Here's INFQ. This was one of those quants. Still pretty good today, though. I mean, how is it RGTI doing? RGTI? All right. Well, it's having the rebound day. Definitely having the rebound day. We were watching this yesterday and the day before to see what would happen if it got even closer to the 200-day moving average. You can kind of see how it got into the 200-day moving average, the area of it 2 days ago and yesterday. And even this morning, a little bit. IBM has a $10 billion plan to build the ultimate quant computer. So IBM got $1 billion of that. Yeah, still, I mean, look at this. There's the 200-day moving average. Will that stall it for a while anyway? Look at the IBM. So somebody asked earlier, the importance. Well, if I were gonna buy IBM right now, I wouldn't be. Well, okay, maybe. I mean, it's down here at 262, but when it got up to 268, you can just see there's the 200-day moving average. So if you've been in this trade and watching this going up here, up, 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 you had to be aware that that's the 200-day moving average. And there's, it's not 100% that it was going to stop it, but so far it has stopped it from moving higher. So far. All right, guys. I think I'll go over my homepage. What time is it? 101. My homepage one last time today. Well, it's the daily, 200-day moving average. Okay, you see, to the 200-day moving average. So I don't use it any other time frame. The 200 period, I just use it on the daily. I wonder if I should change the color. I wonder if that color might stand out a little bit more, even for me. Give me a moment here. How about, what would yellow look like? Yeah, that didn't wake it. Wake it. That didn't change it. What did I do wrong? I didn't apply it. Okay, read the AI the short AI filters. You mean the ones that say S? Those are the short opportunities. What is your question? How to save the unchecked only profit? You just want to see the ones that are. You mean you want to see the ones that are profitable? That's what you want to see. I don't think you should do that, but I mean if that's what you want, you can do that. Is that what you mean? Yeah. When the race is over, the next one starts automatically. So you want uncheck the profitable. So you want to uncheck it. So you have profitable checked. So you want to uncheck it, I guess. Is that what you mean? You have to make sure that, at the end of the day, at the very least, okay, the very, very least, file, when you say exit, well, I guess even if you do this, I'm not sure you can even save this at like this. Well, save as default, I guess. Save as default. I guess that'll work also. But the other thing, it's good practice when you exit trade ideas at the very, very least, file, and you click on exit. Remember, you should exit every night. Don't leave it running overnight. And it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done will be saved. Okay. That's at the very, very least to do in terms of saving your work. Okay. Really? Okay. Let me see. Okay. I'm going to save this as default. Save as default. Okay. And I'm going to exit it out. Oh, no. Oh, no. Look what you made me do, Amber. Boy, that didn't work. That's terrible. That booted me out of the system. I mean, it's no the only reason I'm going to do it again. I mean that's a I don't know if it's because I'm on the development version, but the only hassle is now I've lost my top 10 list. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but I've lost my top 10 list in the races. I'm going to try that again though. I want to see, is that a bug that I have? Though I'm looking, well, okay. I'm gonna put profitable trades. I'm gonna actually check it. Okay, I'm gonna save that as a default. I just want to see what happens here. And then I'm going to close this down. Okay, so far so good. And then open it again. Okay, well, that worked for me. Okay, because it saved the profitable. I'm going to do it again, though. I'm going to uncheck it. I'm going to right click, save as default. Okay, now I'm going to, fingers crossed, exit out. Okay, and then new. So that worked. That worked for me by saving as default. I did it twice. But for sure, I don't know why it didn't work for you, but it certainly worked for me. But at the very least, though, file, exit, and then say yes. Assuming you do want to, you want to see this layout or whatever layout you're using, you want to see it when you load trade ideas the next time. Just say yes to the question. You should also always save your layout to the cloud, though. Save things to the cloud. I don't have a link for my layout. I have a link for individual windows that you might like. Okay, not the charts. Charts, okay. So it's not the layout exactly. It's okay. Maybe it's just semantics. Okay, so going to my home page, I'm going to go over my home page anyway. So okay, so clicking on my homepage link. So in order to get right to my layouts, okay, just scroll down and here they are. I call them scans. Okay, these are individual. Okay, so here are the two races: the large cap race, the other race, the volatile race, and then the Hulse resumes. But as you can see, I have other things that I'm sharing. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Okay. Now to go over my homepage in a little more detail in terms of subscriptions, etc. It has now been changed. So yeah, back to 15%, guys. There will be another discount, but maybe Father's Day. I don't know when that is, but okay. So, but you right now, here's our promo code: 15%. You can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of any subscription. That's standard or premium. Okay. All I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate the YouTube room and also the trading room right here. So this room, a lot more action in this room. So if you're in YouTube right now and you didn't know about this room and you want to get into a room, there's a lot more interaction with other traders. You can come into this room. It's free also. It's also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. Obi does that. I don't. I'm live in Vancouver, so the time zone is not conducive. I'm not going to I'm not going to, well, I do get up early, but 3:45, no. So anyway, this room is open at 6:45. So if you're looking for, come into a trading room that has interaction with other traders during the pre-market, come in here. I get on the mic for both rooms sometime between 9 and 9:15. And then I goes to sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. Okay. And that's when I start thinking about leaving. Many times I will stay later. I always say this, but I will stay later if there are questions. I'll stay, I stay till 4 if there are questions. But we just don't get that many questions in the afternoon. But Obi in this trading room tends to keep this room open after I leave. He doesn't have to. Okay, doesn't have to. But if he does, I'll just have to ask him if he's going to do it today. Thank you, 162. So that's all about the trading room. Next thing is education. Two things. Just taking out a subscription, mandatory you do this. 12 short videos to get you started, okay? Mandatory. Don't have trade ideas, but wondering about it. I would never take a product unless I had an idea about what I was getting into. So a good way to do that is start off with that second video, go to the end. It should give you a pretty clear idea about what we're all about. And that should make up your mind whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. You can always unsubscribe after a month. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. And last, I know I just went over this briefly, but if you're looking for my scans and races, etc., and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here they are. So the two races, the large cap race and the other race, the volatile race right here. Pre-market actives up and down, what I use in the pre-market, and the Halls resumes is over here. But as you can see, I also have some other scans that I am currently sharing. The upside versus downside movers, the momentum scan, a gap scan, the Pepe combo scan, and the William up-down 25-cent scan. I don't have any of these other ones open. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm, just concentrating on the races and the AI. Remember, the AI for me is a watch list. The fact that sometimes, the AI gets into something and it doesn't work, it doesn't mean that the idea was bad. It might have been a little early. So that's why I, uncheck that filter, because I want to see the alerts all day long. Maybe they're going to set up later on at a better price. This has been a fantastic day, though. To get a 13, 9, 7, 5, 4, even 2 and 2% up, even 1, 1, 1. I mean, the only one that isn't up right now is the GSM, and even that. Let's see if it gets below 444. Interesting. That is shortable for me. So look what happens, when I do, and this is exactly what will happen for you guys, when I have to do a reboot of trade ideas, everything disappears, all my original alerts, my races, etc. It's the same thing. If you load one of my races or anything that you're seeing here, you're not going to get, well, before I had to do the reboot, I had a top 10 list, right? You're not going to get that top 10 list. Your race starts, or the top 10 list will start building from, say, 114 on. It's 114 Eastern time if you just load it now. So your list would be very different. Well, you know what? I haven't really had a chance to really look at anything else other than those drone plays. If anybody's confusing UMAC with UMC, I don't mean the smart people in this room, but I'm just saying in general. Okay, guys, I have lightened the load now on the RCAX. It got all the way up to 1377. It's the minute it got into the minute it broke down through 1350, So I don't have very much left. I do not have very much left, okay, of the RCAX. I'll hold a piece just in case it has another little run towards the end of the day, but you can see if I went to a lower time frame, my guess almost for sure. Let me go to a 2-minute time frame. I'm sure I'm going to see some orange. Yeah, you see some orange now. So depending on the time frame you're using, if you're using a 2-minute time frame, well, now you start to see a bit of a trend change. But you can just see. I mean, it's piercing. Not only is it, into the wave, it's well below the wave now. And that has to be your clue. If you haven't taken anything off, okay, you can lighten the load. Doesn't mean necessarily get out of everything, but certainly lighten the load, especially if you haven't taken anything off. Now, here is one that it's possible that it could have a late day run. It's having a little spike now, but it's you can see what it's doing. It's this one, as in SPRC, challenging the VWAP. Okay, had a massive run at the very beginning, got up to 1565. Still up 168%. No, so I didn't realize it was in the cannabis sector. Did not realize that. Don't know if they had any news on it today or now. I wonder, is this a quant now turning into a quant, a 54 interest in Clini Quantum? Conditional TSX approval. Now, is that, again, I'm a little confused because Canadians, we know the TSX is the Canadian exchange, but this is an Israeli company. So I mean, that might be some acronym that I'm not aware of. Anything under 100 is fine. El Cruz. Anything under 100 is fine. Okay. No, you do not have to completely uninstall and reinstall the app. You can just everything you've done is all saved too. Don't worry about that. And 5.7.5, I don't even know what I've got. See, I'm on a development version, so I don't know what the latest version for you guys is, but just give me a moment. So here's the production version. So you're ahead of that. The beta, I don't know what the beta is. I wonder if it'll say 5.7.7. What do you have? What did you say you have? 5.7.5. Okay, well then there's no update available. Okay, if that's what it says. I mean, is there any reason why you want to? Though for me, it does say. Oh, okay. You see, this is probably a development version that I was on, 5.7.7, and then this is my version. I mean, I'm always on a development version. Okay, so hmm, you guys should be able to get 5.8.1 though. I mean, I'm looking at these are the release notes for the beta. I can't answer it. If you can, if it's, I can't answer. So when you, if you click on, I give you this. If you click on the link, the download link, okay, if you click on that download link, what do you get? You should be able to download the beta, which is got 5.8.1, I guess. But if you click on click on that download link that I put in there, this is what I see. I'm not sure. It's hard for me to read the things that you like the images, but I mean, this is what you should see. This is what you should see, and download the beta. Oh, and that is. Oh, even my link is old because what you're saying is that this should be showing 5.8.1 in here in the Pro. Oh, it is the beta version. Okay, so yeah, download the beta from that link. That should work, and just download the beta. Obi says he will keep the room open till 2:45. Okay, so after I leave, the room will still be open till 2:45. Thank you, Obi. So El Cruz, did you hear? I'm sorry. Anything like 100 and under is fine, okay, for the ping. Now, the only thing that can really affect is if you've got a bunch of top lists open and you've got like the max. So, for instance, if here, I'm going to open this top list, okay? I've actually restricted it to the top 50, meeting the filter requirements. But if I wanted to, I could go to the time frame, set the record count. In theory, I could go to 1,000, okay? And so now this list is huge, okay? A huge, 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 huge list that meet all the filter requirements. Give me a moment. Okay. If you had several top lists open and you had maximum record count of 1,000, your system will slow down. Okay. So that's the only reason. I mean, there's no reason to have 1,000. I tend to limit it to, about 50. Oh, wait a minute. Here, let me do it again. It's going to take a while. Yeah, I mean, this list is massively. Yeah, I made a mistake. I put 100 instead of 1,000. but you can see it. My system would really, really, really slow down if I had several of these at 1,000. There's no need for 1,000. They should, in fact, stop that. They, as in the developers, they should cap it off at, I don't know, 200. Okay, because what happens is it has to go through each one of them to see if there's any changes. So imagine if you had 3 or 4 top lists open with 1,000 in each one. So that's one thing. But if you're under 100, don't fret it. You don't have to be any faster. Yeah, the 100 is fine. You don't 100 is fine, okay? The only other thing, El Cruz, is make sure you don't have any pinned windows. Now, you may not know you have pinned windows, or would you even know what I'm talking about? I mean, if you're getting giant spikes over 100, no, no. So if you click on Windows, okay, you see what I'm pointing at in the toolbar, click on Windows and click on Show All, okay? Or you could even go up here to the moment as this populates. Well, I tell you what, while we're waiting, click on Windows and then click on Show All. See if you've got a bunch of windows that you didn't even realize you had. Okay. Okay. Then you're fine. There's nothing to do. Nothing to do. And if you just, if you've never pinned, you'd have to know you pinned. You'd have to go like right click and pin. Don't pin, don't pin, don't pin. I'm sorry. You click on the ball. I was clicking on this. So you click on the ball, and that's going to show you your performance monitor. Show me how many windows I've got. So even though, I mean, ideally, beside the green ball, that should be green. Okay. Ideally, you see how it's sort of a burnt, kind of a tannish orange. If it were red, that's bad. But even though mine is, a tannish orange, it's still not slowing my system down that much. If it were red, I'd want to get rid of things. Docking can can create an issue. But anyway, you're good. 7 windows total, you're fine, no matter what you're doing. Okay, guys, so much for SPRC. I thought maybe it had a shot. Look what happened, though. Look at the power of the VWAP, guys. You see what happened? It got right into the VWAP a couple of times, 3 times on the 5. Couldn't get through. You could not get through in any significant way. Yes, it poked its head above a little bit, but there are no shorts available for me, Interactive Broker, so I could not take advantage of that. All right, for those of you who like the sub $1 stocks, this one just resumed. CGTL was halted and 59 cent stock right now. All right, guys. Well, I don't see anything. I'm not probably going to do anything for the balance of the day. I don't want to give back anything. Oh my. So the ASCC is still doing crazy stuff. Okay. I mean, it got halted here and then it opened and it got halted again. So I'm going to hold on to some of this RKTO, guys, just in case it does something stupid tomorrow. Okay, let's take a look at Ampex, guys. This is just over the whole number at the high of the day, near the high of the day. Ampex just over the whole number. Base not quite a lifetime high in the upper range though. You can see right there that lifetime range, 84%. That means if I had a lifetime candle, it'd be near the top. So that is Ampex. However, the next high looking left is fairly close, isn't it? 2280. Well, that's on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, yeah, I mean it's too close for me. 2235 is the next high looking left on the weekly. So that basically prevents me from taking the trade. Well, this could turn into a bit of a short, guys. I mean, the trend is changing a little bit here. This is for the UMAC, but it's such a strong stock, so it's always a challenge to try to short these tops. Looks like all the drone plays are starting to fade now somewhat. Well, we have a fake down under guy who calls himself Ozzy. Okay, Marshall, but I remember you. He's not really fake. He's just not living there anymore. But I do remember you from a few months ago, perhaps. Yeah, there you go. Transplant. Call you a transplant. Ozzy and Marshall, if you happen to be around on my last day here, I promise I'm going to do a song for you, and it's the Boomerang song. I will do that song. How about that? My boomerang won't come back. For whatever reason, I know all the words. Spit take. In the bad, bad lands of Australia, many, many years ago. That's the talking version by Charlie Drake. All right, guys, let's see. Mask. Well, Mask is pulled back a little. Last time I saw it was around 6. So Mask is pulled back a little bit. Now, interesting. Perhaps the view app will hold it. Perhaps. Well, he did another one, William. If does your chewing gum lose its flavor on the bedpost overnight? You know that one? And it hangs there on your tonsils and you'll wiggle it left and right. Okay. Explosive winners. Um, could be. Well, just take a look at it. Doc channel bar. So explosive winners. Uh, biggest winners. I don't know if. Well, this is okay. First of all, this is in 5 minutes. This is a sorting change in 5 minutes. So, or the trader trading. Well, okay. If you, I don't know if it's biggest winner. I mean, it depends what you mean by biggest winners. Biggest winners would be more like a top list window. Like I've got, the show the stocks that are up the most today, if that's what you're talking about. This is not that. Okay. So it depends what you mean by, it's not the same as if you think biggest winners. Oh, I don't even know. You're talking about in the on the website. I have no idea what the biggest gain. Well, biggest gainers is pretty simple. I mean, here in this top list window, it all depends on what you want to. These are the biggest gainers. Okay, these are the biggest gainers in this top list window based on the filters I've got. So you could, as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares have traded at least, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close. It's going to be a stock showing up in this list, and then I just sort on it. It's part of the race. I mean, I can give it to you, but I mean, it is part of the race. But understand, this is what I want to see. Okay. This is my price range here, my minimum volume, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's just an example. Okay. Well, is that what you have? Then you don't need this. Okay, I'll give it to you. Okay. Do you have the race by any chance? Because, and this is for anybody else. I mean, if you have the race, remember all races start from a top list window. So when you right click in a race and open the top list is one of the options, and oops, stopped it. Open the top list window. Okay. So that's all races start from a top list window. So you create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then right click and launch the real time stock race based on those parameters. And well, this was an awesome short, guys, that I got stopped out of early, and for this, lost my train of thought. I should have been back in this one, but look how nice this is. The only time I would have, well, a couple of times we were pierced, but relatively speaking, this has just been a beautiful short from our AI. Saw this one in the pre-market though. I didn't need the AI to see this one. We knew this was the sort of the disaster du jour. When we looked at when we looked at right here. Remember, this is what you see before at around nine, from about 9 to 9:30. Biggest gainers and the biggest losers. And so Plab was right at was always the biggest loser. And that's on my homepage. Still works during the day, but I mean, I basically shut it down at 9:30. Did we know about mask before 9:30? Well, let's see what it was doing in the pre-market. Okay. Yeah, we would have because this is where it closed yesterday. Okay, it closed at 134, and right here it's at 187. So that was a nice percentage move. So we would have known about mask. Now, the thing is, Tal, your real question is, had we known about mask in the pre-market, you would have taken it because it did this. Well, of course, we wouldn't know it's going to do this necessarily, right? But there's no doubt you would have seen mask in the pre-market because because it closed yesterday at 139 and here it was sitting at 190. So that's a big percentage move. It's here right now. Give me a moment. I'm going to try something. Ah, here we go. So, oops. So taking this is what I had in the pre-market. Now, this is still running, okay? This is still running. So this is not the pre-market anymore, of course. But I just wanted to see something. So what I did was I took that same, the pre-market actives up, okay? And I wanted to see what it was looking at 925 before 925 to 929, okay? And there's mask right there as an example. That makes sense? You asked, would we have seen mask? Well, we would have seen it in this window here, certainly at 920 and probably earlier, but certainly just before the market opened. So all I did was I just, here's what you can do. You go to the time frame and use historical data. All I did was I put the time at 9:25 today. And then I said, okay, what was the server seeing at 9:25 today? And that's what it was seeing. So there's the mask at 37%. Okay. Long-winded way of saying yes, we would have known about it. Yeah, it's not the same as it's not as elegant as the alert windows where you can it's going to show you time, but you have to pick a time period. Okay. Other thing you can do if you didn't know, you can freeze a top list too. So if you wanted to have it frozen for a while, you could right click on it and freeze it so it doesn't change if you want to. What some people do is with a top list window, now they might freeze it after 2 minutes into the market, freeze it, then they can take those symbols that are frozen, maybe put them into a watch list or something. I mean, I'm not saying you should do that or anybody else listening should do that, but that's what some people do. You'd have to give me an idea. You have to give me an example, IQ, of one, okay, that's happening regarding the buy and the sell flags. Yeah, no, I just went through that. Thank you, Obi. Yeah, I just went through that exercise. You have to give me an example of something, IQ, where you're not seeing a. Okay, so I see the buy and I see the sell. I see. Well, see exactly what you see. There's the two sells and the two, and must be a buy somewhere down here. So, what's your question exactly? I don't know if it's a shrinking thing or doesn't it look like? Well, I mean, obviously, if I expand this so much, I'm not going to see. But oh no, I don't know how to answer your question. I mean, if I shrink this down, still see, still see. So There actually is there is a tutorial on the wave. Okay, so where are you there? Tal. So if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, okay, and then you see where it says Ripster Rippers. Ripster Rippers. This is the whole basis behind it. And there will be a video that pops up. Now on mine, it popped up so I can absolutely see it. Okay, it's right here. It's a 5-minute video that goes over the whole idea of TradeWave. Now, if you don't see it, it's possible it's tucked in behind. You know, some people say, I don't have the video. It might be tucked in behind. Okay. But it is there somewhere. If you have some other monitors, it's possible it's on another monitor. But the video is there. And if you watch that video, it gives you an idea about the wave is all about. Okay. Maybe the scrolling. I don't know. I really don't know. IQ. I mean, I don't pay as much attention to the buy and the sell flags because we don't get alerts for them. Okay, I'm more. And this is an awful one. Number one, this is an all. I would never be trying to follow the wave and something like this. I know you're just using it as an example, but I would never use the wave trying to follow something like this. These really low floaters. I find the wave is not the most wonderful thing. All right, guys. So this got halted on the way down now. ASTC got halted on the way down. The program does not find them for you, unfortunately. Okay. That's what we're asking for. So it's about that specific ticker, ERC. Okay. Okay. Oh, it's many tickers. Well, maybe, well, I guess I just haven't looked at it that closely. I mean, I have it on a 15, a 5. I'm not trying to go back so much. But when I scroll, I'm sure I see them all. Well, as I said, probably a lot of times. Yeah, if I had a scan that would, show me real time when I get a buy or sell flag, okay, fine. But that's not how I use the wave. I mean, if I get in, if I wanted to take this trade right here, okay, as an bad example, let's take a look at Lunar as an example, okay? It's horrible. I mean, that's horrible. That's not a good example at all. Not bad, but you see, if I had taken this trade right here, I saw this little pullback, and I said, okay, I like what I see. It's got nothing to do with the previous wave. It's got nothing to do with seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. This just helps me to keep in the trade as it moves up. And even here, this is more consolidation. I would probably get out of some right here, okay, because it's kind of consolidating. but I would be in this trade, in this trade, in this trade, and it's got nothing to do with a buy or sell flag. Oh, of course, of course. Yeah, but it all depends on when I click on it. Okay, at what point do I click on the symbol? I might see it, and you're right. I mean, a buy or a buy flag might show up on a two-minute chart that I'm not seeing. Well, that's if and when it ever happens, yeah. And I will hopefully, if it happens, hopefully if and when it happens, you'll also be able to put the time frame. XOVR, a good example. Let's take a look at XOVR. Yeah, that's a good example. I mean, beautiful wave. I mean, really, narrow, so it's not too parabolic. Just keep riding the wave up. So if you've taken the trade here on this little pullback, and nothing to do with seeing a buy flag anywhere. It's just if this sort of a little pullback had met your trading idea, then you take the trade here, and then you just start riding the wave. Nothing to do with a buy or sell flag. It's just keeps you. It's just a visual presentation. That ain't gonna happen, IQ. Too much invested in that money machine. Well, IQ, next Wednesday, you can attend Dan's YouTube stream between 12 and 1, and you can tell him that. You can just flat out tell him that. What about FIG? Okay, Ahmet, in our YouTube room. What about FIG? Let's take a look at FIG. Extended right now. I mean, it's extended. Nice break right here. But, you are now, it does have room. I mean, when you look left, 28, it's got a lot of room. About $2.30 to that next high. But, you're in chase mode. You're in chase mode right now. If you're really interested in FIG, I'd probably wait for some kind of a little pullback. It may just keep going from here, but but right now you were definitely in chase mode. But it does have room. Looking left on the daily chart, definitely has room. The problem on a pullback is that where? I mean, it's not gonna. You don't want to see it pull back all the way to the VWAP. That's way too much. Maybe to the middle of that wave. Maybe if that holds it, maybe, which would be about 23.42 or so. It's an idea. And if I change time frames, see if there's an orange. Not yet. So the trend is still, reasonably strong here. It's still blue. Yeah, well, you don't have to convince me, IQ. Okay. You have to convince Dan, not me. He said a couple of Wednesdays ago that he's set, I don't know how many, probably one developer to work on it. So that's what he said. Okay. Oh, this is the two-time hood. Okay. Yeah, I see it. There's no, well, Ahmet, when you get into a trade, now, I don't talk about targets at all. He's asking about FIG. I don't talk targets at all. As long as if I were in this trade, I'd be following the wave. That's all. Okay. As long as the wave is still blue, I would have a position. It's not that I wouldn't trade out any of it, but if I'd been in here, probably would keep my entire position still. The only thing that's not a target, but I mean that is the next high looking left. So in theory, there's nothing stopping it chart wise, but that is not what I would call a target. Ah, yeah. Wow, look at UMAC now. Okay, so only you can decide. I mean, I'm not an investment advisor. I'm at okay. I'm not going to say okay. You should take some off when it hits this. As long as the trade is still working, you keep in it. Okay, and if you use the wave visually, you can keep in this trade, and you be aware that the next high. I mean, it's far enough away. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it's over $2 away to the next high. Well, I can answer. Dan thinks that there's only one way to trade now, and it's using something like this. Yeah. And indicators are useless. You should trade. But I'm sort of a field trader. Okay. I mean, I'm not a guy that has a lot of indicators, but I'm not quite as adamant as Dan is. I don't even know if I call these indicators. It's just a visual. It's just a visual help to keep in the trade. That's all. Yeah. Well, of course, what he's saying, and I watched actually later. I watched a good portion of it. He keeps talking about practicing trading over and over and over and over and over again. Any idea on LPTH? Okay, LPTH. So very nice from here. Then you had a little bit of a downturn, and now maybe it's turning again. This is an all-time high. So there's no resistance in terms of chart resistance. Okay, it's an all-time high. Whether it's going to keep going. I mean, there's the high of the day is 1894. Maybe if it takes out 1894, it might get going again. But it was a beautiful run up here, and then a little bit of a pullback. Then you've got the change again. But if you're asking me, should you take the trade right now? Of course, I cannot tell you to do that or not to do it. This is something that Dan put together. I have it here. It's just I'm not in love with it, but I'm not in love with it. I haven't given up. I haven't maybe given it enough time. Yeah, but you know what? IQ, Dan doesn't believe in that. Well, on a day where the market is, of course, pretty, market has not really been chopping at all. And we had that big spike, a little bit of a pullback here. But other than that, we've been steadily up. We haven't had, we haven't had any giant red bars that could knock you out of trades. Well, I was wondering who might win the race today, but it looks like UMAC now has taken over from RCAT. It's up 14%. RCAT's up 12%. When I say race, I don't mean a race like this. I'm just talking about who would be the winner at the end of the day in terms. Well, the next, all I do is look left. Oh, yeah, you're talking about the fig. That's all I do is look left. Okay. I mean, I don't have anything more. I don't lose any indicators at all. I just look left to see where the next high is. I'm talking to Ahmet in our YouTube room. Yeah, but because of that short float, you know, there have to be some nervous hands if they're still short. But that is the next high looking left. So you don't have to worry about any near-term chart resistance. But listen, if you're afraid of that float, but right now it's, in theory, working in your favor, or the short float percent. That's a hefty short float percent, though. And Umair, that is a 100% no. There was no auto trading the AI. You can auto trade your own strategy. If you create a strategy and you back test it and you like it, you can auto trade that if you want. Very, very, very few people do it, and you cannot auto trade the AI. On a day like today, sure, would have worked out quite well, but most days it's not going to work out the same way. I mean, very rarely are we going to get a day where every single, except for this one, is positive. Very, very rarely. Doesn't mean the AI is bad. It just means it's especially we're talking about what time is it now? It's still at 209. With 2 hours left in the market, we still have all these are positive. No big pullbacks. All right, guys. Well, it is now 2:10. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up. So anybody who is in YouTube, if you still want to come into the main room will be open until 2:45. I'll put the YouTube link in, or sorry, not the put my homepage link in, and show you how you can get in. Okay, so this is for people in YouTube. If you still want to come into the trading room, you can do so. The other room, it's open till 2:45 today. It also opens up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. YouTube does not open till about 9. So if you want to come into a room where there's you can interact with other traders during the pre-market, this is the room to come into. Okay. And Obi opens it up. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. And Obi says you're going to keep this room open until 2:45 today. So with that, I will put my announcement up. I will keep the layout up and running until Obi shuts everything down. Yeah. Okay, no spelling errors. Okay. Okay, guys, so that's it. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow. I'll get on the mic at about 9 o'clock, sometime between 9 and 9:15. So have a great evening, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.